Good morning, everybody. This is the first time I've ever been on time for the start of this challenge, so that's a first. Ready for some legacy. Hope you all are too. "109 players, so 7 rounds, I think. Alright, on the play here against Paxi. This is one of those hands where, like, high risk, high reward. I think we gotta try it. Definitely just start it off. I think I'll start with Once Upon a Time. If I find a forest, start forest map. But if not, then I'm down to just play a Cloudpost turn 1. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. Hopefully I can keep you entertained for as long as I can stay in this challenge. Soon I'll have a new computer and, like, everything will be so much better. I'm pretty excited. Might buy that in like a week or so. I can start having guests on stream. Can start... Yeah, it'll just be way better. Hopefully this deck is still, like, valid for a while. Because it's like my whole MO is this post deck. I hope we don't play against Delver. I'm tired of losing to Delver. Hopefully we get lots of, like, Snowcoes and, like, Death and Taxes. I'm looking to 5 cards. Okay. Yeah, let's take the forest here. It's just the safest. And then, if it's worth searching up Reclaimer next turn, we'll do that. What do you think, Doomsday? I always think the worst when I see, like, a specific dual land or whatnot. I'm gonna say Doomsday. I'm gonna search up Reclaimer, though, definitely. Days. It's Thinking Dark Depths kill in 2 turns from now is our best chance. If they are Doomsday, then it's best they like pressure their life total. So I could search up Cloudpost this turn. I don't know about this though. And then rather than searching up the Dark Depths with Reclaimer, I could just crack the map, make the 20/20 that turn, and then at least like swing with a 3/4 Reclaimer. I don't know what this is though. This is just like Snowco. And the Dark Depths is like terrible. Well, if they do happen to be Dark Depths, then I'll just keep the map around. And swords. Alright. Let's just plan to get an Eye with this. And then we'll have 16 mana plus Eye next turn. Just go get Ulamog. I have no idea, like, looking at this mana base, though. Like, Cephalid Breakfast, maybe. Could have played around Opposition Agent, if they have that, too. Should have done that last turn. Okay. Alright, I got a good feeling about this now. Let's go get Ulamog, and kill Oko and the Tundra. Alright. Went from being very scared to very happy that game. Alright, I'm gonna assume this is just like regular Snowco, so we'll bring the forces and the carpets in. Crop rotations can come out. Usually I take Excavator out, but they might have like Assassin's Trophy, so it might be worth keeping this in. Depths. Take Maze out. I guess I'll cut 2 Reclaimers also. It's either 2 Reclaimers or Bog and Excavator, but kind of like Bog to maybe like snag an Uro that's in the graveyard. It's also just a mana producing land, even if it comes in tapped. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a good Sunday. I know it's been a while since I've streamed a challenge. I think it was last Saturday, which we did top 8 that, so trying to get a challenge top 8 every weekend. Missed the one yesterday, just sleeping. Same list as you're used to seeing in recent weeks. Ballista main deck, 4 Mindbreak Trap sideboard. Pretty set on the stock list right now. Yeah, let's keep this. First Cloudpost is important. I think we find either Eye of Ugin in Cavern or Cavern of Souls, and we'll be good. Let's cast this. Yeah, let's get a threat. Let's take Ulamog here. I'll start with Reclaimer. I was considering just holding it back as a green card for Force, but let's make him answer this one at least. And for all I know, they could be on something like Spicy. Might not be like regular Snoko. Okay, well, if they play an Uro, or play the first time around with an Uro, be a good time for that Bog. Alright. That's exactly what they need to do. Probably gonna just slam Prime Time next turn. They have 3 cards in hand. It's not bad. Primeval Titan. Force of Will. Oh, sweet. Eye of Ugin, Cloudpost. I think we won. No, gives his neck. It's the same regular list. I think I'm just gonna slam Ulamog here, maybe get the concession. I guess one of their basics. Swamp. Play a land. A third source to Plowshares. If I draw a mana source, I can play Prime Time and have the mana to search with Eye. So close. And slam another Prime Time. Karakas, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Yeah. You just gotta slam creatures sometimes. Uh-oh. That's still not very threatening. And I still have a prime time. Should have searched with Eye. That was a punt. Oh well. Well, let's start with... Yeah, let's start with the Force of Vigor. I guess it's 4 mana either way. Hey, Waterfalls. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Yeah, I missed the challenge yesterday, but that's such a good opening matchup. Hello everyone, I'm Tony Murata into play. I appreciate your support, so definitely follow me if you haven't already. I always play this 12-post deck on the weekends, so it's been a while since I've streamed a challenge, like over a week, but I'm back. But yeah, I'm interested to hear about this list, Waterfalls. If it's like land-based, I'm sure I'd like it. Or even something like combo-y too. Really, I'm a combo player at heart. Even though this 12-post deck is not that. Kind of the exception. But yeah, this is the list to anybody that's never been here before. Biscuit Man, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's see. Also, Uro Wizard, thank you for the follow as well. Just had a Snowco opponent, round 1. This is what we love to see with this deck. You pretty much, like, always dominate, like, the blue control, like, grindy kind of decks. And it's just, like, always been the case with this post deck. And back in the Miracles heyday, we feasted on them. Now we feast on, like, Snowco. So yeah, if you're interested in beating, like, Snowco, consider trying this list out. Cool. Yeah, thanks, Hollipt. It should be updated. It might say snow-covered forest still, but it should all be correct, though. Probably the only card I consider changing are these Surgicals. I mean, they have some overlap with the Mindbreak Traps. And they're pretty nice against, like, Loam and those kind of decks, though. Plus, I just like having more, like, pieces of free interaction. Yeah, in the sideboard we have 10 spells that don't even require mana. Or like the new type of blue deck. Green is like the new blue. Not really. It's pretty nice though. Yeah, I think I could probably play like a league match now. Got enough time. Just run the typical list here. Oh, okay. I'll hold up, Waterfalls. I wasn't sure if you left already. Hades? I've heard of that game, but I don't know like what that game's about. I was thinking for in between rounds, so hear me out. If you watch Stryfo's stream, And this is more in like his leagues when he streams those, and not so much the challenges. But he has his like main like brew deck, of course. He also has this like mono green enchantress like combo deck that he busts out every once in a while for his like other streams. And I was thinking like if I could find some sort of like secondary deck, preferably something like really fast and something combo-y and something like weird too, that I could just play really quick in like leagues between the rounds of a challenge. I think that's what I'd want to do the most. But I don't know like any deck that like fits that criteria that I'd be like that interested in. Something wacky though. I was kind of thinking like I don't know if people know what I'm talking about with this, but there's like a mono black storm deck that Menguchi did on one of his weekly legacy videos. Something like that, maybe. It seems like just one of those, like, oh, if they have Force of Will, you lose. If not, you just win. Cephalid Breakfast, that's not a bad idea. Can you play it quickly, though? Like knowing me, I'd probably, like, take a long time. That's, like, a good recommendation, though. And Waterfalls, where's this list at? Kind of want to... Oh, okay, sweet. I'm going to risk opening my web browser here. Oh, a blue-green post. Yeah, another viewer wants me to play this at some point. I did a little bit off-stream, just playing this on my own. And I have some like qualms about the deck, or specifically Splashing Blue. But I would definitely play one of these, though. I'm currently like loaning out my my tropicals and my fetches. But maybe like starting next week I could play this. Like, this looks like a pretty good list. Yeah, Uro. That's a good inclusion. Let's see. So you just like forego the Reclaimers. But you do have like the show and tell to like go quick. I like it. Yeah, let me like save this. Yeah, there's another list I had here. There was a blue-green post list. But it's kind of like my own brew, and it's not really... Definitely not tuned. I guess it's basically just the mono green list, but instead of green suns, there's show and tells. That's what it really like all boils down to. But I could see just cutting the Reclaimers too. It's fucking opened in Internet Explorer. Yeah, maybe you could, I was wondering about Oko, if it, I don't know if we're, like, the right deck to make the most out of Oko. Like, Oko's good at, like, pressuring boards, or, like, where they're already under pressure, the opponent, or, like, they're on, like, parity. But I guess just as, like, a beast within, at the very least, it probably would still be worth it. You got Oko. I'm also kind of worried about cards with like 2 mana color like symbols and a cost. Like other than Prime Time, that's like 6 mana. That's kind of asking a lot to like to be able to cast this reliably, I would think. I love the Cavern of Souls interaction though. These are both giants. I love that about the that Primetime Stompy deck. It's another deck I was thinking of playing for a while. Yeah, that's a good list. Waterfalls. I would play it now, just, I don't have my drops and the rest of my Misties. Loaning those out currently. But once I do play it, I'll use, like, your list for sure. That one's, like, proven. Or, I mean, you definitely put more thought into it than, like, I have on a blue-green list. Oh, yeah, that's true. The 4 colors. Do you, pay the escape cost with Uro often? It's one thing I was, like, kind of worried about, running Uro in the deck. Yeah, I'm going to squeeze in a regular league match here. You don't, like, need Cataracts for it. Oh, what's up, Leviathan? Doing well. Doing well, man. How are you? Played against a Snowco round 1, so that was a good way to start. And I noticed you don't have Brainstorm either. That was like a conclusion that people had come to. You don't really need a Brainstorm in this deck anymore. Yeah, I would definitely play your blue-green list. I just I don't have the dual lands right now. Yeah, exactly. We don't really even need the blue filtering at this point. I'll keep this hand. Put this Rec Sage back. Yeah, I don't really like going down a land with dunes. I was thinking like the same thing, like that's my gripe with Blast Zone too. Yeah, I think it's intended more for like lands to like repeatedly get it back. Exactly. This looks like depths. Yeah, let's just see if I can get like a Glimmerpost out of this. And Karakas. Yeah, I think this is steps here. What was the land I was considering for as far as creature removal? It's like you pay 4 and a snow mana, and it does 4 damage to a creature. I thought that didn't seem terrible. Why can I not remember the name now? Yeah, I think it was Mouth of Ronan. No, don't cut Tabernacle, Leviathan. I stand by Tabernacle. I think it's pretty important. Just like those D&T opponents. Or just like stopping anything going wide from like dropping something like big and important. Yeah, I think I want to say play the needle out here. We'll say Ghost Quarter. Caps. Maybe Wasteland. Do you guys expect like depths to just always have Wasteland these days? Like, I know they always have Ghost Quarter, at least. But Wasteland's more punishing. Alright, yeah, let's say Wasteland. If I was running blue-green also, if you wanted to delve into, like, the blue disruption, I would probably take after, like, Negators, like, Rainbow Depths list, because I was definitely thinking, like, Stifle and Flusterstorm. Like, those are, like, the exact, like, blue pieces that I would run if I wanted to run some, like, blue removal. I don't like the steps in hand. Yeah. Yeah, I like the really light blue touch you have in this list. It's really like just show and tell, but that's like worth it though, in my opinion. 3 basic forests too. It's pretty nice. Yeah, let's get our Reclaimer out, but also hold up this Crop Rot. Hey, what's up, Reaple? It was a Snoko round 1. At first I thought it was like a Doomsday deck or something, but then I was pleasantly surprised to see like Oko actually. This kind of takes me off of, there's a Ghost Quarter. I was gonna say, I could have enough mana to Crop Rot for stage. And make a copy of their, whatchamacallit, their Dark Depths. It's okay, I still like the Wasteland name. If they Thoughtseize or something here, okay. I think I need to play the Karakas out and try and prompt them to at least use this Ghost Quarter. I still have Maze of Ith in the deck too. Yeah, let's see what this does for us. Yeah, that's true. I kind of wanted to play the Glimmerpost out too, but this is fine so far. Damn. Well, I guess I can just respond to their Hex Mage with my own stage whenever they choose to do that. I think play this. Just gonna let the Ghost Quarter happen here. Then they can just activate their Reclaimer, get Karakas though. So I probably have to get Maze. Yeah, can't do what I wanted here. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to have like an Uro to Zenith for sure. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna block this. And just get a Bog to shrink this. And also get a Maze of Ith here. I gotta try and play a little quickly too. This is not what I want to waste too much time with. Maze. See if they have the Knot of this World. Sweet. Oh no, turn off auto. Turn off auto. Okay. Bob is fine. Let's just get the Eye of Ugin now. Where's this challenge at? Shit. Yeah, just play another one of these. I actually get rid of my depths too. Inquisition, it's fine. I feel pretty good about this game here. Yeah. I'd love to get a green sun here. Another Hex Mage. I think I can just start. Yeah, just searching up with this. How's it going, Wombo Combo? Maybe won the first round, so that's something. Dark Depths. Nice job. Nah, you'll be good, man. We don't have to play each other. Let's get our Emrakul. We don't have our Karakas anymore, but we'll be fine still. Let's play Glimmerpost. Yeah, I can get Ulamog. I also get Ballista and just kill these two. And then they'll have exactly 6 permanents. I'm just glad they conceded. Alright, 8 matches. I think I'm just bringing the Force of Vigors in. I haven't seen, like, depths with Dark Confidant in a while. And I was thinking, like, maybe there could be a spot where they have, like, a lot of little creatures out and Tabernacle would tie their mana up, but that seems kind of iffy. I'll keep, like, the Ballista in for little stuff at least. Maybe cut 2 maps. Let's just try it like that. I like keeping Kozilek in, like, if there's discard involved or if I'm going to be ramping, I like the ability to shuffle stuff back in via this. Any matchup where, like, I'm planning to go big with mana to win, just basically any non-combo matchup, I like to just keep all 3 of them in. Like, they're all kind of like a package to just give me a lot of variation later in the game. Because you never know when you might need to try and, like, draw into, like, some sort of answer. And Ulamog's not going to be enough. Just my 2 cents about that. People question this card a lot. I stand by it. And my buddies won their matchups. Jengi B, Rock Nation. Oh, come on, opponent. Let's get this show on the road. Is this good enough? No Glimmerpost, no Crop Rot. Turn 2 Reclaimer at least, though. Plus Needle. I think I'll try it. I want to just get back to this challenge more than anything. And this does have the option, the potential, I should say, to go quickly. Probably play Cloudpost turn 1. Hopefully they don't go Dark Depths, Hex Mage here. I don't know what I'll do then. I think I might have to play this Chasm out. Let's make him do this now then. I knew the risk when I took that. Ooh, they let this happen. Surprising. Let's say Hex Mage then. And I could just Force of Vigor. I know they play this card too. Kind of seems like that's what's going to happen. Yeah. Game 3. good. Chasm in hand is a little awkward, but if a Crop Rot, you can have a second Forest to go with the Crop Rot. Can't complain. Yeah, I think I let this happen. See if they let me keep the Crop Rot or the Green Sun. It's okay. I want that Reclaimer. It's not bad. Probably gonna search up Karakas first thing. Also get Cloudpost, get this Excavator down. I feel like it's safer in play than it is in my hand. I'll actually do that. Could also shoot this Bob. Yeah, let's actually do that. It's the reason this Ballista is in here for. Might end up crop rotting end of turn for Cloudpost, which would let me cast Excavator and also search up like land the following turn with Reclaimer. Okay. Probably gonna say Reclaimer here. I'd still be interested in getting a Cloudpost. I should probably just hold on to it still. Next turn I could also search up like a stage, try and make my own. Yeah, I think I might try that actually. See what they do. Feeling risky here, just in the interest of time. Yeah, let's wait for them to respond. Oh, okay, they're doing it right now. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. Let's go. This might have been unnecessarily risky, but this challenge league starts pretty soon. It was safer, I know. Now if I find my Karakas or a Crop Rat, then I just win. Don't know what to do. Could just say Ghost Quarter, for lack of anything better here. Yeah, I think I will. I don't want to name Karakas. And I'm playing to win here too. And they probably have more ways to search it up too. Ooh, perfect. We're close. Come on, here we go. Thought we should be risky. Yeah, a couple more minutes. Yeah, I like to play risky. And when I'm not, like, streaming in front of people, like, I'll take, like, super risky plays. So I know there's no, like, judgment. I'll be right back. Let me get my... Exactly, and, I mean, I'm playing this deck ultimately because it's fun, but I also do think it can win. I always thought the 12-post strategy is always, like, criminally underrated. And I was playing, like, in between top, but before Reclaimer, I was playing some pretty bad 12-post lists, like Bruise. But, I was still, like, mildly successful playing them. But now I think, like, the list is actually good. Now we have, like, Once Upon a Time and Reclaimer. I'm not just saying that because it's, like, because it's my deck, but it's just... I think it's, like, an acceptable, like, level of consistency for, like, for most people now. Where it wasn't at that point before. Let me get one more thing. I'm pretty set on the list that I've been running the last month or two. Yeah, probably the weakest cards are the 2 Surgicals in the sideboard. Just don't know what I would replace them with yet. Combo Goblins. Is that, I know the combo with that. Does it take a lot of clicking, though? Yeah. Snoop and Harburger. Yeah, I started playing a bunch of Moto in March this past year, 2020. Probably about when like most people started playing a lot, just with like COVID and everything. And this was before I started streaming as well. But I was just like playing on my own. I was playing like on my laptop on a trackpad at first. So yeah, you can imagine how it's way better to have like a mouse for sure. But yeah, I didn't really play much Moto before this like past year with all the pandemic. I mean, I guess I played a lot like 2014, 15 around that time. If I still have one of the old blue-green lists, or did I just delete them all? Yeah, I deleted all my my older ones. I wouldn't say I'm a legend. I'm glad I did it though. Like, most of them just happy that people get to see this deck, like, in person now. Because I've been playing this for a long time, and I've always thought like the strategy was underrated, but now you can see like why I loved it for so long. Yeah, AZ. Yeah, once I get my new computer up and running, I'm gonna start having some more guest features on my streams. Definitely got a lot of the Arizona boys coming on, and also some other streamers and like Moto grinders I've talked to already. So hopefully they're still down. Get some guests on here. I think like once I go back to Mirrodin, I think we'll get another Locust Land then. That's been the pattern so far. I hope we don't play Janky B. I don't want to play you, Jake. Or Rockenbach. No. Hey, you're either like a really good matchup for me, Jake, or a really bad one. And I know like recently, you're the bad one for me. I'll have to check that out, Waterfalls, to watch that. I played Rock like a couple weeks ago. He was on Snoko, of course. Oh, Rudolph, gotcha. He was like the OG post player. Hey, what's up, Slasher? How's it going? Oh yeah, that's what Janky B and like other people were telling me. Like Vintage is like worth looking into. Oh, I think I know the video you're referring to, Waterfalls. Judge's Familiar is not like a thing that like comes up all that often. I don't remember it specifically, but I remember like something with that matchup. I'll have to check that out again. Some of my like old videos on the SCG tour are pretty funny too. The deck was really outdated by now, but ninth. It's just like they should give like a special prize to like ninth place, because that's like the worst spot. All right, not Janky B. That's good. I'm gonna ship this. Just one land. It's not enough. This is better for sure. I'm gonna put the Rec Sage back. And hopefully find a forest with the Once Upon a Time. No forests. Let's just take the Eye though. Just have that at least ready to go. If this is Snoko, this hand is so great. If they're a Wasteland deck though, it's pretty bad. Oh, okay, this deck. This hand's not super great. Alright, I think I'm probably gonna have to play Glacial Chasm next turn. So if I do that, I prefer to get rid of a Glimmerpost. And let's just play the 2 maps out now. As long as we don't die this next turn, I think we'll be good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess I never paid that close attention to the different variations of this. But yeah, it's true, looting's not like a thing you see all that often. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we got this. And these maps will keep the lands coming too. At this point, all we need is just Glacial Chasm. It should be good. Alter. No. I think get Cloudpost next. The next turn we'll get a Glimmerpost. And then we can end it with just end up hardcasting an Emrakul eventually. Yeah, we can get a stage here. I was gonna say if we drew another land, we could end up getting a Cloudpost off this map. But they're at 18, so if they take the 15 from Emrakul, we could just do the last bit of damage via like a Ballista. I'm just going to play into Emrakul in 2 turns though, so I'll just use this now. Glimmerpost. That'll make it so we end at exactly 13. Maybe it does. This is pretty safe, though. I guess there's nothing they can really do, but yeah. I could just Zenith, too. This is fine, too. Thank you for the follow. A tough fan forever. Hey, Ben. Yeah, this is my specialty in Magic. This 12 post deck. And then I'll have just enough to make a 3/3 Walking Ballista. Yeah, there's, I think, quite a bit of different ways to win at that point. Okay. Definitely Tabernacle. Definitely the Surgicals. Usually some number of Force of Vigors for Altar and also Leyline. And then this is something I go back and forth on, whether I want like any Mindbreak Traps. Do I want 4 of them? Do I want all 4 Force of Vigors? Probably bring at least 2 of them. Let's cut Maze. Needle is essentially answered by the same thing as like Force of Vigor. And then I could cut some maps too. It's a little bit slow. If I do this, I have like a little mix of everything. Like 2 of like every potential card. I think I like it like that. I also cut the other 2 maps for either 2 more traps or 2 more forces, but let's just keep a nice balanced mix and see where that takes us. Yeah, surgicals are definitely like... I know I was talking crap about them earlier, but this is a matchup where it could definitely come in handy. Alright, turn 1 Reclaimer. That's the best thing we could hope for. Seems like a good hand. Go on, I have 2 Reclaimers. Don't care about your Thoughtseize. Probably take the crop rotation then. So you gotta be wary of Assassin's Trophy this game. Mostly we just have to draw more lands to feel the Chasm and the Reclaimers. This is probably, hopefully, a land. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm just going to take the Glimmerpost here. I mean, Eye would be nice to have in hand, but I mostly need mana sources to get things going. Shouldn't yield here. Might as well bluff that I have, like, surgicals or something. Yeah, I played till like maybe like 1 or so and got a good rest. Just played like a league or 2 last night. Recorded it to put on my YouTube channel, but honestly, like nothing really that interesting happened. Like I went 4-1, and then yeah, it's pretty lame. Oh, I love these matchups so far. Snowco round 1, and then this round 2. Let us... Yeah, just in case I have to get Glacial Chasm this turn, I'll have to get rid of both lands. And really keep these 2 lands rather than this Glimmerpost. Hopefully I just won't have to get it now, though. Yeah, I don't want to jinx it. I mean, matchup-wise, though, could be a lot worse. So probably get rid of this Glimmerpost for a Cloudpost. Next turn play the Cloudpost. And also play out the second Reclaimer. Wow. They can trophy this Reclaimer. It seems like it. It's not bad either. Yeah, this looks like trophy. Yeah, that's fine. Rather than do it on that than on my chasm. Yeah, this way I can still hold up crop rotation too. I guess I might as well play a stage out here. Yeah. Not doing anything else with my mana. See if I can just slam a prime time next turn. Or if I have to bog here. Here, I'll bring up this graveyard. Hogak. I think I should just bog right now. Yeah, I can still have crop rotation for emergencies too. Or no, I can't do it right now. This would risk my crop rotation, but it might be worth trying though. Yeah, let's just try it. Hopefully they don't hit, like, too many good things off this. It's not good. It's a Hogak. I guess as long as they don't go nuts with Vengevines, I'll probably be fine, too. Nice. Survived the danger. Not to do anything just yet. Might be interested in bogging again. Yeah, I should probably just steps. Just win. Let's bog now. Is this equal to its power? Yeah. Yeah, I have to sack Forest here. Okay. Sure. Now I think we just get Eye of Ugin. Yeah, then we'll just Emrakul next turn. So we can make this an Eye of Ugin, next turn play the Forest, and make that like one more Cloudpost. Another trophy. I'll do this then in response. Keep this one. Did I sight out the other prime time? No. Okay, so there's still one left. Hold on, just trying to think if there's a way for me to get the little extra mana to just search up something here. I think just another prime time will be good, and I can get Glacial Chasm off that. I guess I can't work this out the way I want to. I can still hold up Reclaimer to search up Vesuva and copy something. Fuck. What am I doing wrong? Undo. There we go. Yeah, just to be super safe about this, I can get Chasm here. I don't think we need to, but let's just be safe. Just get rid of Forest at this point. Divine. Let's get let's just get another bog here. I'll just let the shields down here. It's okay. Yeah, I think sometimes I do probably play too safe. It's true. Just being sure. Alright, I can get a league match in again. Thanks so a lot for tuning in, everyone. My name is Tony, into play. Always playing 12 post on the weekends. Always the Sunday challenge, too. 7 rounds, I believe. There's 110 players. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 7. It's definitely more than 6, but I don't think it's enough to hit 8 rounds. We've successfully dodged Delver so far. Let's pray we don't have to face that deck. Oops. Alright, 30 minutes left in the round. 32 matches still. I think I can get this done. $51 trophies. It's 255 people that died to merit lages. it's Slasher. It's a friend of the stream here. Let's try it. Hope you wouldn't snipe me. Oh, that's no forest there. Let's take the eye then. Oh, thank you, Anda, for the subscription. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it means a lot to me. All the support you can give, whether it's just a follow or a subscription. I mean, I know you get your Amazon Prime. You get to subscribe to one streamer. It would mean the world to me if I was that streamer for you. Alright, this is Burn. Last time I played against Slasher, I remember they were on Snoko, I believe. Alright. Let's just hope we're fast enough here. I guess we could just say Seal of Fire, Grim Lavamancer. It's not too many activated abilities. Oh god. Oh, I should have done that one. Okay, well, now I know. Learn something new. I think this is a Dark Depths match. We're just gonna go for that. Jeez. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it right away. Emrakul. Alright, let's do this now. Try and get another trigger. No hits so far. Alright, it's gonna be close. So we're effectively at 10. We're going to take 2 from one of these 2 guides. We're 8. So we're dead to like 3 bolts. Once upon a time. Exquisite Firecraft. Oh god. Bolt Fire Blast. Ah, no. You got us. Is he slow rolling? Jesus. That's the burn matchup. Always like by the edge of your seat. Alright, a lot of bad cards here. I could keep Needles in, but I don't think even that's... maybe it's worth a couple for Roiling Vortex. Take the Bog out. Tabernacle's a maybe. Like, maybe there's a spot where We can tie up their mana. Yeah, I don't really like Mindbreak Trap. Before this Roiling Vortex, I would just say cut Bog and the 4 Needles, put the 4 Forces and Tabernacle. Force Lancer, Eidolon, or like a random like Ensnaring Bridge they might play. I still think it's probably better than Needle. Yeah, let's try like that. Like the same hand as last game. I'm gonna mull this one. It's a little slow, but I think I'm gonna try it still. Let's put back, I guess, Rec Sage. Swift Spear. Round 2 is Hogak. How are you doing, Reapel Cheap? Let's see if we find, like, Reclaimer. There's Depths. Let's actually take the Cloudpost here. If we draw, like, say, like a Glimmerpost next turn, we could play Forest, and then hopefully find, like, another Cloudpost off this Once Upon a Time. Just go straight for a prime time turn 4. Hope that's good enough. And they have 2 cards in hand. We're at 10. Can also search up Reclaimer here. Yeah, I kind of think we should. At this point, when they're almost burnt out of cards in hand. And either if this eats a bolt or not, it's kind of a win either way. Blood Moon. Not expect Burn to have that. Oh, that's just another way to get Dark Depths out, though. Yes. Okay. Let's just play. Guess let's keep basics around. Just gonna block if they swing here. Bolt targeting me. Okay. Oh, I guess I should have played Maze of Ith out. I guess it didn't really matter, so I'm going to be tapping out to try and get the steps out. Alright. Let's hope it's good enough. There's a lot that kills us here. Dark Depths for the win. GG's Slasher. Yeah, it's been a while since I've got to use a Blood Moon to make a 2020. I used to burn playing Blood Moon. Used to that out of like the red Stompy deck. I believe it's 7 rounds. Does it show me anywhere up here exactly how many rounds? It used to say up here. This will answer here. Or not. I'm like 99% sure it's 7 rounds. Waterfalls, we got, we used Dark Depths both games. Good game, Slasher. I thought you were slower like me that first game. It's like, does he have like one more bolt or like Fire Blast? It's definitely a matchup where I miss having Candelabra for speed. The primer's almost done, actually. I'm going to try and get that done in the next few days. I know I keep saying that, but this time it's for real, though. So definitely check that out if you're interested in a beginner's read for this deck. But yeah, it's something I've been putting a lot of thought into. So hopefully everybody enjoys it that's interested. But yeah, I would say expect to see it this next week. Probably like by Wednesday on my Twitter page. It's a written primer guide to the mono green 12 post deck. Oh, thank you, Waterfalls. Thank you so much for the subscription. It's, I'm glad I could... Yeah, definitely. Definitely happy to have you as a mod. And yeah, just appreciate the subs, the support. I'll play your blue-green list once I get my my Trops back. But yeah, I've been meaning to play a blue list one of these days. I'll try my best to top 8, but actually it's probably not going to be 50 pages. I do like to write a ton about this deck though, so yeah, I don't know. I don't read too many deck primers, so I don't know how it would compare to other people's like guides for their decks. But yeah, I can just like write all day and like talk all day about this deck, so trying to include everything I want to in it. Yeah, I guess I can mod you STW. You've been here for a while. Protect me from the bullshit of like spammers and whatnot. Congrats, STW. You're my newest mod. And this is just like at the exact time where I would consider risk playing a league match, but I don't think it's enough time though. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's anybody that's been here since the start, I'm down to make them a mod. Or anybody who's just a big fan of the deck. Be happy to do that. I think I'm like close. I'm not going to chase this too hard, but I'm pretty sure I'm close to the cusp of Twitch partner. I think I have to mostly just stream on more days is like the main thing that I'm missing out on. But since I'm close, I might as well just try that. Probably try and get some more streams during the week, like playing leagues. See if I can hit that the Twitch partner. But yeah, I didn't realize I was an affiliate for like 5 or 6 months though, so it's not like it's the biggest deal for me. It's going to be posted somewhere. It'll link to on my Twitter. It'll be there in a couple of days. So yeah, thanks for everybody just that's been expecting that. Apologize for the delays, but it's definitely almost done. I actually wrote some of that last night. Sorry. I could have a Discord too. It's gonna sound like super noobish, but like, what does like my own Discord channel like do for me? Does it just get like subs like on to like talk to me and stuff, or? Because I know like everybody has their own like profile like account on Discord. Like I've jumped onto like other people's games through that. I guess I just don't understand like what the purpose of Discord is for a lot of the things. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I know there's like a 12-post discussion board on Discord. I don't really go there all that often. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'll look into it. It seems like Discord's pretty important for like streamers in general. As far as like written content about like particular decks, what kind of like websites or places do you guys like prefer the most? Because at least for 12 posts, I know there used to be like MTG The Source, which I liked The Source a lot. I haven't gone there in a while, and I don't know if it still like gets attention from people. But there's also like Discord discussion groups. There's Facebook discussion groups. I think I liked MTG The Source the most out of all of them. Cephalid Breakfast. That was probably on like the fringe. I mean, if you want me to, I can add that as a matchup in particular for the guide. Can't say I've played against too much Cephalid Breakfast, but I guess it's a big enough deck that it's probably worth including. I was going off the MTG top 8. It like lists on the side of the website like the most played decks. Pretty much anything that's like at least like a couple percentage on that little screen I included. I've seen Cephalid Breakfast every once in a while, kind of recently. There's a lot of variations of it. I know sometimes they have like equipment. Like sometimes they have like a Stoneforge package for Shuko. But then other times it's just Living Wish. I remember there was a user that's like topped a few things doing well with the Living Wish version. Thought that was pretty cool. I don't know where the Hackbert's been recently. He was a pretty common follower on my stream, and he was really into breakfast. So hopefully, maybe he can point me in the right direction against it. But yeah, I can't say I've like played against the Living Wish breakfast deck enough to say like, oh yeah, this is what you definitely side for or against. So Pokepile, I would consider that kind of like a cross between Rug Delver and Snowco. I think the most important part is, I mean, considering there's Bolts and also Arcanist, Reclaimer has the same weakness against Pokepile as it does against Delver. So I would be inclined to side out the Reclaimers entirely. But also, more on the Snowco side of things, is that deck, Pokepile doesn't have too many ways to win. So I feel like if you control Oko, basically have enough needles naming Oko, we can at least like prevent like ourselves from dying via damage. Excuse me. So let's see here. How would I do this? I feel like I've seen Blood Moon and Back to Basics out of that deck pretty frequently, so I bring the Force of Vigors in. Probably just the Carpets also, and especially because the Reclaimers are coming out. So this is going to be very similar to Snowco. Just bring the 4 Carpets and the 4 Forces in. As for what else to take out, I guess Depths isn't super great against them. And I'd have to think about that a little bit more, exactly. Maybe Ballista's not really great against them either. And maybe Ballista, maybe Depths. I don't know how much the Pokepile lists vary within each other, though. But there's definitely been, like, matchups against them in the past where Carpet didn't seem spectacular. Like, they were able to fetch... I think it was just if they had Astrolabe, it was possible for them to not have to search up islands. So maybe you don't need all the Carpets. I don't know, maybe... Yeah, I think the Carpets should come in, though. Maybe, like, 2 maps. Because it's also kind of weak to Stifle. Yeah, I might cut, like, these 4 as well. And also the Reclaimers. I mean, if we face Pokepile today, then I'll be forced to settle on some plan. So we'll decide then. A Pokepile with running white. Ooh, I haven't seen that yet. I would definitely cut Depths then, if that's the case. Probably would keep the Ballista in to answer Meddling Mage. Ugh. Yeah, that's... sounds spicy. So it's like a 4-color Pokepile. I'd have to see their mana base, but maybe we wouldn't need so many Force of Vigors against that. Maybe there's just like enough overlap between Carpet and Force so we don't need all 8 of them, but... yeah, in that case, I think I'd rather just have the Carpets. Yeah, honestly, yeah, decks are pretty streamlined now. Like, you need a really good reason to not be running blue and green cards, I feel like. And honestly, I feel like the metagame is pretty good for our deck here. Like, the only terrible, like, awful matchups are a couple of the combo decks. And I feel like you don't see, like, Doomsday or Omnitel all that often anymore. Delver, of course, is, like, very difficult. It just feels like... I feel like Delver's winnable, though. I don't know, Delver's just been very streaky for me. Like, I feel like I'll beat it for... like, always beat it for a long time, and then I'll just, like, can never beat it for, like, weeks. But I do like siding out the plan of taking out the Reclaimers, though. Pretty certain that's what I want to do against Delver. And I would try not to rely on Chasm against them. You basically just can't rely on Reclaimer at all. And like the biggest issue is deciding whether to name Wasteland or Oko with Pithing Needle against them. Hey Maverick, thanks for following. I mean, it kind of depends on like the context of your hand and where the game's at when you play the Needle. But like, the main thing is you just can't rely on Reclaimer. It's too easy to answer for them. And I would just expect to lose game 1 most of the time against Delver. And that's why these 4 carpets are in the sideboard, mostly for Delver. But then games 2 and 3, you just like... you want to start turn 1 ideally with a carpet or a Pithing Needle. And one of those 2 cards can like hopefully like try and give you a foothold to start to like at least like kind of start to establish a game plan. I mean, there's been matchups like specific games against Delver where I'd start like turn 1 Forest, Pithing Needle, name Wasteland, and then like the next couple turns just play like Cloudpost. And if you start slamming like Green Suns turn 4, there's a lot of times they just can't beat that. And it's a pretty like simple, very possible way. I mean, there is a way. It doesn't happen often, but yeah, I believe. Yeah, you'll probably, I'm sure we'll run into a Delver opponent at some point this challenge, so we can test out my plan. Yeah, so once I start doing co-streams with people again, trying to decide like what I want to do with that. Because I don't know if like just like me playing 12 Vost and talking to somebody else, I don't know if that's like, I mean, I don't need anybody else's help to play it. But I do this like chatting to people about like Legacy and Magic. And one of my friends was saying that maybe we could do something where like I played their main deck for a league, and then they like they played 12 posts for a league. So we get like a little mix of like both people's like expertise. I don't know if anybody like wants to watch me play anything other than Post though, but it's fun for me to like have a co-streamer, and it'd be fun to like just play some other decks every once in a while. I think I could probably like incorporate a lot of discussion about like Post through like playing any other deck still too. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what to do with that. Janky beat, janky beat. So I won't play this on stream, like hardly ever, because I know people hate this deck, but I think like Hull Breachers are like stupid expensive. I think they're like 80 tickets or something. Yeah. Hopefully they'll like drop to like half their price, and I can just pick them up then. I really don't feel like spending 80 tickets. Yeah, I really don't feel like spending 300 tickets on 4 cards of like my secondary deck that I'll sometimes play. Oh, jeez. Force Negation. Card's like always been expensive. Yeah, I was just gonna do Uro. What's Shepherd at now? Jeez. Yay, JQB. Hope we don't play him, but yeah. It's so annoying too, because like I feel like he feels like you have to buy every card like twice as much now. I mean, once for in paper and then also on Moto. Hey, Sadajax, thank you for following. MP3061. It's going well so far. Got a couple good matchups so far. Enjoying this challenge. Refill cheap. I know like some people in the past have played like a single choke or so in the sideboard. But I feel like we don't need to combat blue decks that way. Known as Simo, thank you for following. Yeah, I feel like for the most part, I just don't... I'm not really worried against blue. It's more just like throwing like Haymaker after Haymaker, and eventually one of them sticks. Windows 7. It's an old computer, man. Soon to be upgraded. Next couple weeks, probably. I think I bought this computer to play like StarCraft 2 when it was new. It's really a miracle that it's like held out as good as it has, honestly. Yeah, I feel like just don't need choke really. Fuchan, we're on the draw. I don't know, maybe if there is a free upgrade, I can look into that. Let me keep this hand. Ooh, is this Elves? This would be a good matchup too. And Turtle Power, I never really followed the price of Elves online, to be honest. Come on, Reclaimer. Damn. Well, so I could get the Chasm. just play it next turn. Because otherwise, I'm going to search up a Reclaimer next turn on turn 2. And I won't be able to get a Chasm out until turn 3. That seems like it'll take too long. Yeah, I almost feel like I should just plan to play Chasm out next turn. If I do that, I would play Maze of Ith this turn, and get rid of that to Chasm, and then... yeah, I think it's worth going for, though. And Elves is, like, fast these days, so... no, I'm not super concerned about needling right now. I will say, though, I saw, I think it was Hello Newton. He was playing a Wasteland in his sideboard. So because of that, I think I'm probably going to name Wasteland. Yeah, I think they usually do play like a Llanowar, maybe like one Fyndhorn Elves. They play a couple of these 1-mana add green elves. I just don't know if I can wait till the 3rd turn and then go get Chasm. I feel like Elves is just so fast now. I was really hoping for a Reclaimer off that Once Upon a Time. Yeah, I wouldn't feel safe waiting another turn against this. Especially if this is like Heritage Druid. Yeah, we're definitely playing this Chasm next turn. Jeez. Yeah, there's... I feel like we would definitely die next turn. Alright. Reclaimer is not bad, though. I can just F6, which is nice. I'm going to play Reclaimer out next turn. Unless they get Reclaimer of their own here. Okay. I mean, at this point, game 1, like, it's all just about Chasm. Like, as long as we can keep Chasm going, like, we really don't have to worry about anything else. But, like I was saying, I have seen Wasteland out of Elves before. What's up, Coach Loco? Will not be choking here. Let's see. So I think I want to play this Once Upon a Time at some point. So I think I'm just gonna... Yeah, let's just play this out, and I'll exchange this for a Cloudpost this next turn. Yeah, I'm not too worried about Archon. Having this Eye already in hand is also nice. Thiago Vital, thank you for following. Just yield until their end step. Alright, so we'll go to 9 next turn. And we can even go down 8 to 1 after that. But I feel like I'm going to want to try and reset the Chasm before I go down to 1, though. Mostly want to get this Once Upon a Time off, though. This matchup's great for us, well, especially like at this point where we're at. But yeah, it is kind of boring at this point. Ooh, that's a good thing to name with Needle, in case I go get Excavator. I want to continue getting my land drops. Alright, I haven't seen Reclaimer yet, and I think Wasteland, if they do have it, is usually just from the sideboard. Map's not terrible. Alright, so I'm going to make use of this crop rotation. Next upkeep, I'll use that to get a stage. And I can reset Chasm that way. This turn, I want to play Needle naming Ooze, and also try and find another land with this Once Upon a Time. Let's take a Glimmerpost here. Could also just play Glimmerpost next time, slam Green Sun for prime time. That's probably good enough too. Yeah, I think I'll just do that, honestly. Yeah, let's not even bother with Excavator. Let's just name Wasteland just in case. I think that's like the safest thing to do. I'll just go to 1, and play Glimmerpost, get a Prime Time, get 2 Cloudposts, and then we can just win the turn after that. Unless they play their Archon and name Sorcery, then we'll have to change things up. But if that's the case, then I'll just do my original crop rotation plan. I don't get to use our map, but I think it's fine still. Yeah, they can play as many elves as they want. We're still safe in our nice warm Glacial Chasm, though. Okay, go to 1. Cloudpost. Cloudpost. Yeah, I suppose I could just play this map out. Why not? Go prime time. Just get Karakas. Another post. Doesn't really matter. What's this? Oh, make them dinosaurs. It's fine. Yeah, this is fine. And then we take infinite turns. Alright, it's Tabernacle, like the Mindbreak Traps. That's probably it. Bojuka Bog. Probably not going to need Rec Sage. You can cut Maze. I guess a couple maps too. And we didn't see Reclaimer, which that would be the only way I would expect Wasteland, but maybe they were sandbagging it. That's bad, sand. Despite these two cards, I really want to turn one Reclaimer if possible. This is all about finding Reclaimer. I don't know, it's kind of risky. No, I don't think we trust that. Alright, I'm going to try this. Hope we find a green source. And get like a turn 2 Reclaimer out. If I need to, I can crop rot for like a tabernacle. Maybe that's 6. I would have been willing to hopefully find a Reclaimer off that once upon a time, but I'd rather try and find like a forest off of this one. Alright, there's forest. Alright, let's just hope we don't die this turn. Mostly I don't want to crop rot away my green source for Tabernacle there. Depending on how they play this turn, I might play Glimmerpost and then crop rot the Glimmerpost for Tabernacle. It's annoying. Alright. Alright, Reclaimer it is. It's not bad. Here they go. Second spell. Third spell. I'm not going to counter this or trap it because they can just do a big like natural order. Just wait for the payoff now at this point. Yeah, exactly. The Reclaimer's there for the chasms. This I'm fine with still. Yeah, I'm gonna get Tabernacle most likely this next go around. Really only because they haven't played their Cradle just yet. And it's a little risky getting it here, but... Let's see. You know what, I think we should still just hold up Chasm, honestly. Because even if I get Tabernacle here, they could still just play, like, Cradle, Natural Order, and we just die that way. I think this is safer here. And it'd be awesome if I didn't have to get Chasm this turn. Because then I would go trade the stage for a Cloudpost. Next turn play this Excavator, replay the stage as my land. And then we'd still have 2 mana to use the Reclaimer. There's another Glimpse. It's very likely I'll have to use the Chasm, or go get it though, this turn. The other thing I was worried about if I were to go get Tabernacle is I'd be short a land, and then I'd have to spend one of my 2 lands to pay for my Reclaimer's Tabernacle cost. Which I need like 2 mana to operate with this Reclaimer. I want to stop this here. Mostly I don't want to lose this Excavator. I'm probably going to play like a Natural Order here. Now I just need to draw another land after this, assuming I get Chasm here. Great Hoof. I'm going to keep the Sage around too. I have to get rid of 2 of these 3 lands. And Sage does the most for me later. We're also very vulnerable to a trophy at this point too. That's definitely like the reason to get, or would have been the reason to get Tabernacle earlier. I don't think I can play around that at this point. Let's hope we draw some lands. It's too bad I had to use that Mindbreak Trap on that Thoughtseize. This looks like a trophy now. I'm going to lose this anyway, this Excavator. Alright. Well, if we keep drawing lands, we could still pull this out. It's not a land. This is until this chasm gets trophied. Alright, it's pretty critical we draw land this turn here. Let's see, I could get a Cloudpost here in exchange for this. And then next upkeep, I could search up a Vesuva to copy Chasm. I think that's the play. Trying to decide if it's worth paying the life here to get the second Reclaimer down. I don't think it is, really. I also don't want to thin lands from my deck any more than I need to. It's actually good for us. Get some more lands back. Alright. Let's do this upkeep now. Yeah, I'll get rid of this, I guess. Sack the old chasm. No, I'll not pay that. Alright, this is good. Good so far. I'll just play this out now. Why not? Us. Not quite at Dark Depths mana just yet. We have no more Vesuvas, by the way, but I think we're still going to be fine here. I want to be super safe about it. I could just hold up the stage here to copy Chasm in case they were to trophy right here, which I think is worth it. There's Dark Depths. Okay. I'll just go for that then. I don't even know if it's worth going for depths, honestly. It's probably safer to just go up to Eye of Ugin. Yeah, I think it's just safer to go the regular route. Let's reset the chasm on next upkeep. I'm gonna trade the depths in the forest for an eye and another Cloudpost here. And I can just trade this in for a Cloudpost, or a Glimmerpost, that's all I have left, and just go for Emrakul and finish him. Suck if they trophied our eye right here, but let's just chance it. Yeah, let's just finish him here. I guess I'll just say Shepherd at this point. And they're at less than 15, so we don't need to bother with Karakas. Third great matchup today. Love to see it. Yeah, I have seen Wasteland out of Elves now. It's a very real thing. So yeah, I'm pretty sure from here on forward, like Pithing Needle's always just gonna name Wasteland. I mean, it's helpful to name Wirewood Symbiote or Quirion Ranger, or maybe even like Skoos if we're planning to use Excavator, but Wasteland's just like the ultimate thing we need to stop, if that's even like a possibility. Alright, 3-0. Well, thanks everyone. That was a kind of boring matchup. Glacial Chasm matchups kind of are sometimes, but it's a good matchup for us. Glacial Chasm is like quietly like the most powerful card in the deck, or one of the most powerful at least. I have seen that card out of some lands lists recently, which I was happy to see. Good to see Chasm getting some more love elsewhere. Alright, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Stay tuned, everyone. Next round should start probably in like 10-15 minutes. So now that you bring up the price of Glacial Chasm, there's that foil one from like a From the Vault or something. What are people's opinions on that foil in particular? It's like if I have a foiled out 12-post deck in real life, do you hate that Glacial Chasm? Like, should I stick with the original Ice Age one? Or should I use the shitty From the Vault Glacial Chasm foil? Curious what people think of it. Sweet, the 4th round's about to start. I mean, this is the only foil version of that card available. Oh, mirror round 4. I hope not. I don't know if my brain can handle a Cloudpost mirror. The old blue-green deck that I used to have in paper, like, I had Tropical Islands in it, which obviously you can only get in like old non-foil version. So I made like all the lands, like the old-ass looking lands, wherever I could. Like old Karakas, old Maze of Ith, old Basics. That was kind of cool. But I mean, where I'm at now, pretty much all these cards you can at least get foil in some like form, some way, shape, or form. It's really just the Carpet of Flowers and Tabernacle, I think, are the only ones that are not foil. But yeah, since I can make it like all foil, like I can use like the shitty Glacial Chasm one. First world problems, I guess. Let's just hope we get a 4th good matchup. I feel like we're overdue for a Delver matchup, though. Finally be put to the test. Oh, Tony Scapone is the... Oh, gotcha. A Tony mirror. I thought you were referring to, like, 12-post mirrors. This is not exciting. I'm gonna mold this. I like this better. Let's put Chasm back. Hopefully we find Forest. Yeah, I was hoping that the... Was it Double Masters? Was the last Master set? It was gonna have carpets in it. Could have finally got the foil version of that. They didn't. Oh, Esper Vial. You know what Esper Vial means? It means opposition agent. The big, evil, bad guy. Probably gonna name, definitely gonna name Ether Vial with this Needle. Probably just do it this next turn. Expose myself to Wasteland for 1 turn. Just play the Cloudposts out then. Yeah, it's definitely our toughest matchup so far today. Stupid opposition agent. Ooh, that's good too. Boo. Alright, let's at least name Needle here. Unbanned Mental Misstep, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm just gonna risk it here. Force pitching Brainstorm. Otter Lady, thanks for following also. Yeah, let's just play Cloudpost out here. Just counting on that, really counting on that Needle to slow him down though. Well. So they can't agent this next turn. So I feel like whenever possible we should try and do our searching this next turn. Wasteland, God damn it. I might just do it on my own turn here. Ooh. Okay, never mind. Let's play that out then. Baleful Strix, okay. Ether Vial. I'll also play this map. Come on, no third land. Oh, it's kind of third land. This is just game 1 here. I mean, they have 1 card in hand. I feel like I should still just do it now, though. Yeah, let's just do it now. Here comes the agent. Palace Jailer. Okay. I mean, maybe they just sideboard it all the time. I don't know. Thinking if I could choose to get rid of the steps. Let's just do it like this. And let's hold back the Reclaimer to block here. If they have Agent, if they've had it in hand this whole entire time, they'll have got me, but I feel like they would have played it out by now if they did. Okay. To make a move here. Cloudpost. Let's also get Eye of Ugin here. see, I take 6, go to 9. Alright, I think I just search up Emrakul. And they can deal 8 to me. They have Palace Jailer in hand. And we'll hold... We won't search just yet, in case they have, like, Wasteland. Could search up probably Kozilek then, if that's the case. Okay. Emrakul. Just play our land out. Why not? Take our extra turn. Won't tap anything yet in case they Karakas bounce. We can recast Emrakul then. And then they'll be conveniently at 3 life. Which this happened against elves too. Right. You know, Agent's going to be in the sideboard coming in here, so got to be ready for that. I think I'm definitely Tabernacles coming in. Probably just the carpets too. Maybe a couple forces. Yeah, that was a good win to take there. Seems pretty iffy. I don't remember Vile. Oh, Esper Vile. Yeah, this deck was like crazy popular back then. Alright, how many? Probably just a couple maps. Yeah, maybe I don't need all of the carpets. Just 3 of them is probably fine. Show and Tell is a terrible matchup. It's one of the combo decks you hope to avoid playing this deck. This hand sucks. The question is if this map could get there. Like, this might be okay on the draw. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to get much better than this. So I think I'm going to put 1 Reclaimer back. And we'll have a good payoff at least in hand for later. Could maybe decide if they like start With a basic land, could maybe Vesuva that even. Ooh, it's not bad. Yeah, let's just make him have Wasteland here. That's true, yeah, about Uro. You don't have to tutor any at all. This is fine. Alright, this is going good so far. Yeah, I'm just gonna play the map out here. No, I'm gonna just build my mana now. I feel like it's a good time for it. Well, the reason I didn't just play Glimmerpost there and search with map is ultimately I'm going to search for Eye of Ugin. There it is, right there. And doing that will, I mean, if they have Agent, then there's nothing I can do about it anyway at that point. I think this is the turn to play this Ballista out. The question is, do I want it to be... I think I should leave the mana up to crack map in case. Like if they respond with a chef or a agent here. Yeah, let's play it as a 2. And we'll just be ready to respond with map whenever. Let's just kill this thing right now, then. It's probably their only one in the deck. Maybe I don't need to do this right now. No, just kill it. Kill it now. Let's just search now, in case they have another one. More Cloudposts. Probably play Eye out next turn. Likely search up Ulamog. Unless I get wasted here. Let's see if they have another one. Fencer. It's kind of scary. And then we need to play Karakas next turn, and then Fencer, and then continuously do that. Alright, let's get our Ulamog right now. Yeah. Oh, nice. What's up, Ryan? Yeah, I saw you were killing it too. And Jake is doing pretty well too. Well, hopefully they don't have a Karakas here. God. Alright, this is going to be a problem. Until we can find a needle. They'll only be doing 2 damage a turn, though. So I feel like we have time. It's a shame there are ballistas in the grave, though. we're in a rough spot right here. I guess they're going to do a 4 turn. Let's hope we draw like a needle or so. Oh, what's up, Nathan? At some point, I maybe can draw a forest, play that out, and then crop rotation whenever they hit. It's probably worth doing, actually. Yeah, let's try that now. Also play a Reclaimer out. Let's just try and crop rot here. I think that's... If they counter this, it's going to be game, most likely, but... This could potentially take away their tempo here. Reclaimer. Just always hold this up. Ooh. That's good. It's too little too late, though. Yeah, I'm guessing they're going to target this Cloudpost. Okay. Yeah, and they still have like exactly enough mana now to do their Venser thing. Until we find like a needle or another crop rot, I guess. Or like a Carpet of Flowers to help give us the mana to cast something. Alright, we have some outs still. Not the worst. Cloudpost, yeah. Ooh. Okay, that's what I was hoping for. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. If this happens, let's play stage and then prime time. More Cloudposts. Too much for them to handle. I guess I only have one left in deck, though, which kind of sucks. Well, I guess Thespian stage, then, is the next best thing. And eventually I'll have the mana to just make that a copy of Cloudpost. Yeah, I love Carpet of Flowers. We have more than a Black Lotus every turn right now from this card. I wonder what this is. Venser again. Oh, Jailer. Okay. How's it going, basic swamps? Yeah, I think we just slam Ulamog here. Hit, it's the creatures, I guess. If they want to Karakas my guy, I think that's fine. Sword smite Ulamog. Okay. I'm going. Here, I'll get you in a second. And slam for prime time, I guess. I mean, they probably have a force. Maybe I don't need to actually risk this. Could just search up like an Eldrazi. Yeah, let's actually undo this. Let's search this up right now. Guess let's play a Reclaimer out. Why not? Round 3 was Elves. Another good matchup. Yeah, Snowco, Gak, Elves, and then this is Esravile here. Swords is fine. You Cloudpost. Ulamog. Or not Ulamog, Emrakul. I guess I could like do something instant speed here. Search for a prime time too, I guess. I should have. Yeah, oh well. Oh yeah, we'll copy Karakas. You are right. Be easier than risking our own Karakas here. Or our own crop rotation, I should say. Woo! Alright. We beat Opposition Agent. Feels great. Yeah, air. The AZ crew. 4-0, 4-0. 3-1, nice. Inching closer to another top 8. Hope you're good on the subs, Waterfalls. I'm just kidding. But hey, thanks for tuning in, everyone. Crown Drudy, thanks for following. Yeah, if you haven't already, please follow me. Could really use the support. This is the halfway point, or a little past halfway, so let's restart the client for sure. And that was our first difficult matchup, I should say. So yeah, this is the thing I was wondering about Opposition Agent. If it did see play, it's like, how are opponents going to play it? Like, will they just keep it in hand, like, forever until they can, like, try and get me? Like, I feel like once they have 3 mana, they'll wait and try and surprise me, but then if I don't bite, then they'll just throw it end of turn anyway. Just thinking that the Esper Vial opponent, like, I think they did play the agent correctly. I don't think you want to just hold back 3 mana forever in hopes of, like, trying to get me. I guess in the face of a Walking Ballista, that wasn't good, but other than that, yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we just don't have to play against Opposition Agent all that much. Probably 20 more minutes now. How's everyone doing today? Nah, sorry. Not really. I played chess a long time ago. Not that I was, like, all that good at it, but yeah, I'm gonna try and find some sort of, like, wacky, really fast kind of deck. Something like Oops All Spells that I can try and just, like, jam, like, quick games in between rounds like this. Not sure what deck exactly. But I do love some, like, good, some wacky legacy brews. Could do, like, a vintage cube draft, I suppose. League match is a little bit, it's a little past the point where I think I could safely get it done. Oh, I think so, Rim. Yeah, I like 4 ofs, if you couldn't tell. Just keep it streamlined. Oh yeah, Brian, you and Jake both say I should get into vintage. I'm definitely gonna, yeah, the next deck I buy should probably be a vintage deck online. Need to sync for all these qualifier points. Have more points than there are legacy events, so I gotta think of, like, some other format to play. Vintage is definitely the next format I would want to play. Ooh, rent shops. I'd be down. I don't have a Mana Traders account, though. And I pretty much just bought this 12 post deck online. That's what I'm going to play, like, 90% of the time. And then I bought this whole Urza deck off of, like, tournament winnings, too. But yeah, I hear great things about vintage. The legacy one. Yeah, that was when they had the god accounts for everyone, though, I'm pretty sure. So you could just make, like, whatever you wanted. And, like, how much are, like, workshops online? I'm just curious about this stuff. Oh, 3 ticks. Okay, that's pretty cheap. I mean, I only have like the very basic account, Brian. I think I get like 90 tickets or something. 400 ticks. Is Shops worth playing in Vintage? Anybody know? And if it is, like, what's like the best version of Shops, would you say? Like the Aggro Ravager one, the Golos one. I'm just curious. I thought I heard at some point that, like, the Shops deck got weakened significantly from, like, Force of Vigor and Collector Roof. But that might just have been, like, hearsay. I do like the Vintage Dredge deck, too. I don't know if I'd want to play that all the time, but I think it's pretty sweet. Just everything about that Vintage Dredge deck. Like, you have to mull down to one of your 4 lands. You get, like, all the free pitch spells. I guess you don't get to play too many reserve list cards in that deck, though. It's, like, the downside. Man, I thought, like, just a few months ago, or whenever I last kind of looked into it, I thought the Golos Shops is just, like, by far the best. I guess times change. I'd be down for the Ravager one, too. Like, I'm not an aggro player by any means, but be a nice palate cleanser. Nice change of pace from what I'm used to. Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks, Colby. I'll check that stuff out. Yeah, and I remember Sultai, from when I did play, like, a couple years ago. Like, Bug, Sultai just wrecks Shops. Yeah, I don't own... Yeah, I own 4 Ancient Tombs. No Wastelands, though. Ugh, 30 ticks. I guess it's a good card to have anyway, though. Yeah, I was watching Lord Beerus play. It was either Underworld Breach or Doomsday. That deck looked pretty cool, too. I feel like Shops is more my style, though. I think he was playing the Breach deck when I watched, like, a couple weeks ago. I think I own Lotus already, and Mox Emerald, I believe. So, like, yeah. I got the most expensive card already. I think this card's not that expensive. Vintage Masters 15. Yeah, I don't want to play against Omni. We're definitely going to lose if we play against him then. Yeah, this is kind of how I remember the aggro Shops deck. There's the lands. The formatting's all fucked up. I think this could use Mystic Forge. Is Steel Overseer pretty bad now? Remember a couple years ago that was like the aggro Shops deck, the one with like Overseers. But I don't remember seeing it in like too many lists recently. I'll figure it out later, Brian. my computer, my current one, which will soon be replaced, is like, it's just so shitty. I don't trust it to even like to open a web browser. It's playing the fire doing that. But I'm probably gonna upgrade this in a couple weeks though. Oh, it's gonna be so nice. But yeah, definitely I shall put together a vintage deck. Eventually have enough, just earn enough treasure chests and just buy it entirely. Yeah, I hope we don't play against Nathan. What's the whole Breacher list? Vintage? I don't think I've seen that. Brian, hope we can dodge each other until like, at least to like the top 8. Yeah, I still need Hull Breachers for the blue Urza deck. Probably just wait till they're like half as many tickets as they are now. Old Ratty G, thanks for following. Really don't feel like spending like $300 on a fake digital card for a deck that I'll play like 10% of the time. They'll probably go down. I mean, like Shepherd saw the price. It's like half of what it used to be. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Oh yeah, I know you like Oof a lot, Leviathan. Yeah, the Surgicals are definitely the most likely card to become something else. I was thinking possibly like Walking Ballistas here. And then instead of the main deck Ballista, I'll either keep this as a third one that's main deck, or maybe make it like a Sylvan Library. I don't know if I don't know, I just like the sideboarding plans with the Surgicals here. I feel like everything just fits really well. And if I had like Ballistas here, I'd be like siding in too much against like Delver and Snowco. These are really good against like lands, or I like them against like Maverick too. But yeah, I used to run Oof in the sideboard back when I like started playing this kind of list. Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, maybe I should like fit an Oof in here. I don't know if I want to have one Surgical if I do that though. This could be something else. Maybe bring back Mikokoro, the Center of the Sea. I feel like no archetypes really ever die forever though in Legacy. You never know when Maverick will come like roaring back. Like honestly, I miss Candelabra a lot. I see that as like a main deck card. And I could put Candelabra here in place of the Ballista. And then in the sideboard, take out the 2 Surgicals and replace them with Oof and Ballista. Doesn't seem terrible. Oh yeah, I remember Trinket Mage works. It's always a nice supplement to the blue list. Do you think I overrate Ballista, Leviathan? And it's probably the most out of place card in my list, but I just feel like dealing like direct damage is such a weird, unique ability. especially for like a mono green deck. I think this card is just ridiculous too, in its own like special way. But maybe I overrate it. I mean, before I had these 4 Mindbreak Traps, I was playing lists with like 3 to 4 Ballistas in them. Yeah, Candelabra, especially with like Reclaimers, we can like untap something that we search up that turn, like an Eye. That sounds pretty nuts. There's also Allosaurus Shepherd, which could definitely have a spot somewhere. Either main deck or sideboard again. Yeah, Miss Candelabra for like, it's a good like anti-hate card against anything that like taps your lands down. Like Shot Imports, Back to Basics, Winter Orb. And it's just an accelerant too. Like, rather than trying to be reactive to some of these fair decks that we struggle against, it doesn't seem like a terrible idea to just try and speed up our own game plan. Yeah, you're right, Waterfalls. Sometimes maybe just overloading Oko is a thing you could play too, though. Yeah, it's always such a good bait spell too. A lot of people like overrated Candle, and they would just like counter it no matter what. So it's just like a good thing to throw out there and try and eat like Force of Wills. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll try next. Put the Ballista in sideboard, also an Oof, cut the Surgicals, and then maybe like 1 Candle main deck. Doesn't seem terrible. I'll be back at Ruin. Angers is 3-1. Wonder if they're playing a 12 post list. They always run a pretty unique, cool list. Oh, what's up, Drinkloak? How's your Sunday going? It's been a fun day here on stream so far. Not losing a match is always fun. If we can finish a round quick enough, I'd like to continue this league as well. Also undefeated in that. We gotta dodge some people though this next round, next couple of rounds. Like mostly the pets. I guess they're Omni. It's our second worst matchup. Doomsday easily. I used to run like terrible cards, or like a terrible card in the sideboard, but I've just like come to accept that I'm not going to beat that deck. That's pretty much just like an auto loss then. Yeah, mono green can't interact with spells or creatures, so yeah. Doomsday definitely exploits that weakness. So Ozymandias, they're usually Delver, right? Usually if I recognize the name, and they're like a pretty typically good player, I feel like they're usually on Delver. Oh, grindy decks. Maybe Snoko then. Mills a bunch of cards. Citrus Supplier. Or maybe you're thinking of like the 6-mana one. Oblivion Sower, I think it is. If that's what you're thinking of. Yeah, it's not a bad card. Doomsday. Usually they don't even give me like a turn. They just Doomsday and then like a lot of times they'll just kill me right on the spot there. That would be a pretty funny way to kill him though. Oh, Super Joshi. Sneak and Show sounds terrible as well. Not as bad as Omni, but I'd still rather not play against that. Alright, there's 7 of us undefeated here. Turn 1 Gristlebrand. It's probably the best creature that can come out turn 1. If, like, in any situation. I could maybe beat a turn 1 Gristlebrand. But that's a big if, though. I feel like this is going to be a very tough matchup this next round. I can sense it. Probably something combo. Either combo or Delver. Yeah, sometimes they can go pretty low with Gristlebrand. Remember once you can show opponents. Yeah, they went down to like 1 life, and then I was able to just play a 1/1 Walking Ballista. And they like couldn't force it at that point. And just kill him. But they had to like specifically go down to like get that exact amount of life, 15. Alright, Ozymandias. Going to mulligan this. This is better. Let's put the prime time back. Oh, hopefully this is like Snowco. If this like thing here is correct, this like blue, white, red, I feel like that used to be like a mentor deck or something. And it's not really like necessarily a good thing for us. Oh, force pitching force. Alright, this is good then. Probably gonna get swords here. Alright, let's try and get another Cloudpost out of this Reclaimer. That's actually kind of surprised more people don't attempt to counter that Once Upon a Time. Like sometimes I fear it getting countered, like that particular time. I'm like definitely fine with the counter though. Didn't really need it. Might be getting Oko next turn, but I'd rather get 1 Cloudpost out of this at least. Yeah, this looks like an Oko turn. Oh no. Yes, that's good. Let's say Oko with this. Always say Oko if you see blue-green. Could use the Reclaimer to exchange this forest for a Eye of Ugin. Might actually be better than just trying to slam for prime times. Yeah, this looks like Snowco waterfalls. Row's fine. Yeah, I kind of feel like just jamming Kozilek here. I can even get like a Eye of Ugin this next turn also. Just put the pressure on. Yeah, most Loam builds pretty tough for this deck. I guess that's like an understatement. They're like very tough. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen like Loam decks though. Crop rotations. Let's cut 2 Reclaimers too. Either cut 2 Reclaimers or cut the Bog and the Excavator. But I think I'm fine going a little short on the Reclaimers though. I didn't even see it. That's funny. They did just kind of concede there. Oh, such a good hand. Dan TCG, thanks for the follow. Yeah, maybe it's too much. I might drop it back to basics here, but if they don't, this is going to be such a nice, like, relaxing game of Magic. Let's not tap out now, in case they play back to basics next turn. Oh, I still have this Once Upon a Time, too. Yeah, it's make better use of our mana at this stage. And again, I'm not going to tap out. If he does play like a back to basics, I can pay to make the stage a copy of his forest, and then try and fight through it that way. Okay. Yes. I'd love to see Oko. Too bad we don't have a Glimmerpost. Could get Emrakul next turn. But I think just Ulamog is going to be fine. Oh yeah, oh, they don't have black mana at this very moment. Yeah, let's just do it right now. You're right. It's going to suck if they back to basics, though. Nah, let's not lose to Agent, though. I feel the worst. Just get Ulamog here. I don't think they would. They don't have... Yeah, unless they, like, play a swamp here. Yes. No back to basics. Alright, what are we Ulamogging? Oko and Library, I guess. Also take him off lands, but eh. And we could also take a threat here too. I'm at 10 life. It's not the greatest. Yeah, and they're only at 5 life. I'd rather kill a threat here. Force pitching Ice Fang. Let's see if I can get one more land out of this. Alright, let's get I guess a Glimmerpost for next turn. I'll also just get a Cloudpost. Let's get Glimmerpost. It's probably safer. No back to basics, please. I shuffled. Our Ulamog's gone too, by the way. I think we just get the third Eldrazi then. Let's just have our 20 mana set up. Could also go get Carpet to name Construct and answer this mage, but I just like Kozilek here. Or not Carpet, Cavern. Let's just Kozilek here. They don't have Hull Breacher mana, so... And if they counter it, then Ulamog gets shuffled back in too. Jeez. Let's name Oko with this. Let's see how many maps we can get out. I think just Cavern and Karakas here. We're doing pretty well here. Let's discard some cards. So prime time. Once. Reclaimer. No, I should have discarded Bog. Whatever. Yeah, they're at 2. I could just Ballista them, potentially. Nice, relaxing game of Magic. Let's see if this Kozilek gets to attack. This is 22, so yeah, 15. I wonder if that was like the best possible matchup we could have had that round. Alright, do we have time for a league? Yes. Alright, so I'm pretty sure there's 2 more rounds of this challenge, everyone, so... Hope you stick around, see if we can get this top 8. We win next round and we're definitely in. Yeah, that's so crazy. 51 trophies. It's like 250 people that died to Merit Lage. Let's try this. Turn 1 Reclaimer. A couple of big spells in hand, but the rest of the hand's pretty good. That kind of sucks. It's another forest, I guess. It's pretty lame. That or Dark Depths. Nah, forest will be more useful. I was really hoping for like a Cloudpost off of that. Yeah, and he like designed his own. I guess he's always been the depths guy, but especially now with like the rainbow depths, it's pretty sweet. Really wish that Reclaimer lived though. This looks like Death Shadow. I think I'm just gonna search up a Cloudpost. Hopefully we don't get wastelanded. Hopefully we find another Cloudpost. Him. Oh god. Should I have discarded that forest? I don't really know what this is. Probably still Death Shadow. Alright, in this case, let's just play out this Reclaimer. Yeah, I would imagine like Oko's probably in there if they have green. Abrupt Decay, maybe? Oh yeah, that's what you said. Gurmag Angler. Could search up a Maze of Ith here. I don't hate Maze. Because I don't think we're getting anything down really anytime all that soon. Might as well play some defense here. It's not bad. Maybe try and go for a depth skill, potentially. I mean, it really sucks that my Cavern is gone, and that was going to be my ticket to this prime time. Did not shuffle. Okay. I don't need a crop rotation just yet. Probably just Maze the Death Shadow. It's one less damage right now, but they can pull some nasty stuff with that. Might go get stage here. Try and win via Dark Depths. Whoops. Damn it. Got the wrong thing. Surprise! It's my depths. That was really stupid. Unless they wasteland here, I'll probably get rid of the maze, get a stage, and just go for it. I look at have like a bounce spell still, but whatever. God. Okay. Let's make it now. See if this is good. And just block these 2 Death Shadows. Lose to like a Brazen Bar or something like that. Or Oko. They're pretty low though. I need to block those, the thing. Oh, thank you, Stefan. Happy New Year to you as well. Happy New Year to everyone, too. Hope you're enjoying this so far. Is there anything I can get away with here? I think just have to block, right? Oh yeah, I have to block 2 things. So, no question. It was risky to get depths there, but let's see if this get our chasm here. I was so low on resources that there wasn't much else where to go. Days. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna concede there. Too far behind. So this is basically a Delver matchup. I want the carpets. Possibly not Tabernacle though. And their threats are just more condensed into like single big creatures, which makes Tabernacle not as good. Yeah, this matchup's pretty tough. We've got Bog. I feel like there's not ever going to be like a good time where I'll want to search that up in hopes of stopping, what's his name, Angler. Probably still do want Tabernacle though, especially because you know they have Oko. Try and keep them off of creatures plus Oko. It's got 2 maps too. Both those lands I'm not super big on myself, honestly. Really don't hate this hand, honestly. Let's try it. Definitely gotta hit some lands, but this map and this other Once Upon a Time, I guess, like, represent lands. See, if they countered this Once Upon a Time, this would be a great one to counter. Yeah, I've kind of come to the conclusion too. Like, as much as I don't like Maze, or I pretty much never searched up for that land in particular, I think it just still, like, always deserves a spot. That sucks. Well, in that case, I guess just Glimmerpost. Hopefully next turn I can play Glimmerpost, play map, and go get like a forest. This is a land. Let's not use it just yet, in case they like hit us next turn. I was wondering if they actually had Wasteland. I figured they probably did, but maybe with the green splash, I was thinking maybe we could dodge that. Just put a Reclaimer out there. No threat yet. It's pretty nice, at least. Okay, I just want to search up another Reclaimer here. Is that worth it? Into Oko. Could also play Karakas, play map, and just try keep it together up to prime time. Yeah, let's do that actually. Into Torak. Alright, let's just try and be proactive here. Hey, what's up, Mr. Lee? Ooh, yeah, I'll raid you after my stream ends. Hey, Happy New Year, Elf Kid. Good to see both you guys. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's just hold up our crop rotation here. Street Wraith. Okay. Got a good start so far. 5-0 in 2 more rounds, I think. Ooh. I don't really want to play into Daze. See if I can hold out 1 more turn, get a Cloudpost off this Excavator, and then go for prime time next turn. Yeah, it's the oldest trick in the book. The crop in response to Wasteland. I think I'm just slamming this prime time next turn if it's still in my hand. Oh, they're gonna find their Wasteland. You know they will. God, please don't Thoughtseize me either. Okay. God, 13. Might just be dead if they have, like, Berserk. Alright, well. It's now or never with this prime time. It's too bad I didn't have, like, 1 more green source. I could bait with this crop rotation. Alright, what are we getting here? It's 2 Glimmerposts. Is that good enough? We go to 16 life. I think we do. Yeah, let's leave 1 Vesuva back. They're pretty close to dead too, so. FJ, thanks for following. I don't think I need to go get Glacial Chasm's the thing here. Block this Goyf if he attacks with that. I'm just going to take this. They didn't have a Wasteland last, or a Force of Will last turn. So if I get to attack with this prime time, I can play this crop rot now, search up Eye of Ugin, and then with the mana that I get from this prime time attack, maybe have enough for a lethal ballista. So let's see if this crop rot resolves first. Okay, that's good. Or maybe I just get Ulamog if I have the mana. Yeah, let's see why not. I sided out the Bog. Just more life here, I think. Oh, I might as well search it up before, ahead of time. Oh well, whatever. More life. Yeah, I definitely had lethal. You're right. Well, I guess I have 20 mana this way still, so I can just get Emrakul. I'll be honest, I didn't do the math really. I figured good things were gonna happen, so... I know. I feel so ashamed. Please forgive me. But it all worked out in the end. Where's this challenge at? Alright. Yeah, it's definitely wrong to not just get Ulamog and just swing for the win. That was dumb. Just get it out, like save the... Just get the punts out of the way for this league. Keep it together for the challenge. No, this is just a league. A league where we're 2-0 though, so... Still fighting to keep this alive too. Reanimator is difficult, but it's very winnable. It got a lot better after, I mean, with Reclaimers and Once Upon a Time, both of those cards help the Reanimator match a lot. Reclaimer essentially being a continuous Bojuka Bog, and Once Upon a Time eating their Chancellor triggers. We're gonna risk this one. Based off this carpet. We're doing it. I should fire off this once too, right now. Yes. Forest. I know. Not even, not 6-0 yet. Oh, I'm definitely going to play something next turn, even if it gets dazed. Hopefully they let me keep the carpet, but I don't think they will. Ooh. Thank you, Sag1Alley. Is it worth playing 3 days? I think it is still. Just considering all the discard they have, like, stuff's just not safe in hand. Sweet. Let's get this needle down then. Also, might actually play the Maze of Ith next turn. It's important. I don't really want it to get himmed. What's the challenge at? Okay. Hopefully I can find my way to something that could lead me to Cavern, crop rotation, or map. Make my way to this prime time. Yeah, challenge is going well. let's play that out. Play our maze. Yeah, I don't know. I hope people keep registering D&T though. Love that matchup. I hope this Reclaimer lives one turn. Maybe it'll get pushed down though. It's like, how soon could I attempt to get Cavern is the thing. I feel like I don't have much time before like Oko comes down. So I should probably just get it like ASAP. Alright, well, we don't even have to question. And our Needle's committed to Wasteland, so Oko's gonna be a beating if that happens. Could just play Vesuva copying their Wasteland. What does that really accomplish, though? I mean, I might as well just play like a come into play tapped land anyway. Maybe if they Oko this, then I can... No, I think I don't want to copy Maze just yet. Maybe I should keep the Vesuva back, though. To the option to copy Maze later. I want to try and, like, gain mana here. I mean, we're at 3 mana right now. Oh, I need some islands, opponent. Alright. Here it comes. This is what we're afraid of. Not my needle. I think I'm just going to copy another basic. Ooh. Yeah, I think we're just going to go for this prime time as soon as possible. Another carpet. Alright, I'm all in on this prime time, probably next turn. It'll depend on what land, if I draw like another land, or like something like a map. Alright, we'll forget all of that. We got himmed. I would have just slammed it though, even into days. Oh, I lost the forest now too, so I don't have the mana. That sucks. I think him's a fine card. Oh, just one more island, please. It's gonna maze this at least. Oh, nice, Brian. Representing. Thoughtseize, I bet. This is Angler. Okay, come on, land right here, please. Land that adds mana right now, I should say. It's not quite good enough. Not just yet. Let's see, am I gonna die? Let's see, how much am I gonna take? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't have quite enough mana to crop out this turn and also play the prime time. But I will crop out away the Maze of Ith, most likely. End of next turn. Even then, like, I'm still in like a ton of trouble. Like, what do I go get? Glacial Chasm? But then they can just remove my Needle and Wasteland. I feel like I need to use this maze still, too. Alright, one more match in the challenge. They didn't shuffle. It's a bad sign. Fucking Thoughtseize. So there's one prime time left. I'm still even getting Cavern, just in the off chance that I draw the prime time. Yeah, let's try it. We top decked it once before. Come on, 1 in 45 chance. Oh, they're just gonna wasteland it. That was dumb. Opponent got us with the discard. That was a good match. Now for the main event. Let's just get our losses out of the way. Just trying to take down this challenge. Yeah, that's perfect timing. Okay. Terrible matchup. Great matchup. Don't know. Yeah, so Happy New Year, everyone. Thanks for tuning into my stream. If you haven't followed me already, I'd appreciate it if you did. But, yeah, you'll always see me playing this deck on the weekends. Generally, like, always on the Sunday challenge, like today. Sometimes the Saturday challenge. Hey, Crow Plays RS. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, we're on the cusp of another top 8 for this challenge. Just got to try and take this one down here. Young Peasy 84, thank you as well. Yeah, what was last round? Snowco? Did I update this? Yeah. Yeah, I think it was just Bug Snowco. I hope so. Oh no, it's Omni. Alright, we're probably gonna lose. And this is not bad to have. Alright. What are we doing this Needle? Crystalbrand, Teferi. I think I'm playing this Reclaimer at least. So I'm probably going to put Rec Sage in off the show and tell. And luckily we don't have to show him on this. I mean, luckily we didn't find that off of Once Upon a Time. Kind of loses its luster without the surprise. I think this Needle is probably... I don't know. I feel like Crystalbrand's probably the best name. Alright, I'm going to play the Karakas out here. If they show until next turn. In case like an Eldrazi ends up in play. Yeah, let's play the Needle here. Yeah, it's a Crystalbrand. Our only hope is that this Rec Sage just gets him. Whoever said Teferi, you were right. I'm not playing instants really anyway, so I can wait a turn. This other Needle. No show and tell just yet. And this is annoying too. It cuts off our Dark Depths kill. Let's play another Needle here. Yeah, I just feel like I don't want to shut off my own Karakas, though. That's the thing. I feel like it's going to be relevant. I mean, I'm not playing instants this game, so... I really just care about the Teferi bounce ability. Alright, hopefully this is enough. Sublime Epiphany. It's going to beat it. I guess they still need also another part of the combo. Targeting Reclaimer. Alright, might as well search something up then. In the off chance that we survive somehow. And draw like 9 cards. Okay. Force of Vigor is our most important card here. Try and get these Mindbreak Traps to work. Try and get Surgicals to hit something. Oops. And I have to decide if I want to keep these carpets. Or play any of them. Let's get the maps. Needle's not great. Yeah, it's just even if I try and be proactive, like that's not really what this game is going to be about. What I'm thinking is keeping the crop rotations in, trying to like this turn they go off, try and get them to like react to a crop rotation that's going to go search up like a Karakas or something. Try and hopefully turn on these Mindbreak Traps. I don't know if they're going to bite for that, but that's my thought, at least, with the Mindbreak Traps. Bog is a triggered ability. Not the worst land. I don't like Chasm. Maze, I might be down to keep in like the blue-red Seek and Show matchup, but it's not going to be great against Omni. And it's got Ballista, it's got Excavator. Yeah, I do kind of like Ballista, honestly. I mean, it might have a role, killing Teferi. Let's cut 2 Needles. I feel like Needle's not really what I want to be doing. It's really these crop rotations that I'm hoping I can get some stack interaction, force it, but honestly, they probably shouldn't respond to crop rot, but maybe I can get them to bite. That's the thought. We're definitely bringing in the traps. Simply for the fact that we like just don't have much else. I mean, there's something that when a lot of our deck does nothing. Yeah, this hand's fine. What's terrible logic? People talking nonsense. I definitely had Mindbreak Trap seem like do something in the past. Let's get the forest. But yeah, like a Teferi will shut all this down here, so like that's the biggest weakness of all this. I'm gonna try and search up a Reclaimer next turn. This is our triggered ability to put in off Show and Tell. This is our Force plus green card, and then our trap to hopefully back us up. Yeah, I get that they know how to play around it, but I might as well force them to play around it rather than just, like, not have it. Swords, yeah. Yeah, there's no reason not to bring, like, something that does at least a little bit of something in for a matchup over stuff that does, like, nothing. Fury would be bad here. Alright. Well, this is what we hope to... We hope we have enough here. They just need, like, one Force of Will here. Yeah. What do we get? If we happen to live, probably Karakas. Stage, I guess, for the 2020 out. Yeah, I just hope this Mindbreak Trap ends up being enough. I don't think it will be, but... I think we let this happen. I think we wait for the payoff card. This, I feel like I should... Equal to the number of cards. They draw 4. I don't know. Yeah, I think we can still wait on this, then. Problem is if they draw, like, a Force of Will, though. Also, I feel like I should have gotten the Cloudpost instead of this stage, but... Or it's in the past now. Yeah, let's still wait, I guess. Yeah, maybe I should have countered that. I'm going to counter this. I mean, I don't have this trap otherwise, so... Might as well make them think that maybe we have more in hand. I think we're probably just dead, though. And I probably should have countered this Seagate. 2 cards top. Okay. Yeah, now they draw 6. Yeah, we're just dead. Well, that was a terrible matchup. See if we can put it together for this 7th and last round. Yeah, I should have countered that. I think there was, like, enough extra cards. Considering, like, all of their deck is, like, air or, like, gas to find more stuff. I think drawing 2 extra cards is worth countering at that point. But then at that point, it's like, shouldn't I have countered the impulse just at the very start. I don't know. Well, hopefully I at least proved the point that Mindbreak Trap is better than a lot of the other things we could have possibly had there. Yeah, let's get a league match in. So yeah, despite being like a terrible matchup, the combo hate, I was pretty like at least happy with how that turned out there. I mean, that's about the best you can hope for in the difficult matchup like that. Oh yeah, good games, Nathan. I was hoping to dodge you of the undefeated still there. It's basically, yeah, I think you're basically my second worst matchup. Oh yeah, thanks basic swaps. Yeah, I mean, Surgical does have the potential to hit, like I imagine they're running Intuition, hit something like there. That might not be worth it though. Yeah, Doomsday is like the worst matchup. If only we had this at a Cloudpost, this wouldn't be too bad. It's slow, but it might be able to just get there. Let's try. Once upon a time, Wasteland. This like depths, maybe? I don't know. Maverick, possibly. Every time I do that and name like a fetch land, I feel like it always comes back to bite me. Unless we knew we saw a Wasteland there. I'm going all in with these maps. Collector Roof would like be so miserable. God. Just get a Cloudpost here. Probably oof. We're gonna get wastelanded. Yeah, somebody was saying before, like, oh, Maverick never gets played. I think basic swamps beg to differ. Play this out. Go get a Cloudpost this next turn. At least like threaten to make stage another Cloudpost. don't know if this is fast enough, but... Seven. Alright. Let's see. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15, 16. But they have to pay 3 to level up, so I think that's just like lethal here. Unless I play this as a blocker. And just hope to draw a forest next turn. Yeah, because, okay, 10, 11, 12. I just... They're definitely going to draw like another mana source to pump this to lethal. So I think I just have to attempt this as a blocker. If I do that, I might as well play the Glimmerpost out of the grave. And they're just going to chump with this. Hope we draw a forest next turn. Probably just dead here. Alright, got a lot of time in the challenge still. Yeah, Tabby could go in the main, just... I see it as more of a situational card. Like, obviously this would be a good situation for it, but it's not always going to be the case. Like, plus also we have, I mean, our own creature game plan. It's not the greatest synergy with that. Go to 1 here. We need a forest here, or some sort of green source. This finds us our chasm. But then what? That's the question. think we just hope, pray to dodge Wasteland for one more turn. And make this stage a forest. And then for the crop rot, for the chasm, we get bog, or we get chasm, sacrifice bog, and also yeah, maybe it's just better making this a Cloudpost. Yeah, let's just hope we dodge Wasteland one more turn. And we also just lose to, like, Questing Beast, too, doing this. But we don't have a lot of good options at this point. Maze. I mean, you could stop the one creature, but not the other 4. Alright. Tabernacle, Surgical. Maybe some Force of Vigors. Hit that equipment. Plus it hedges against crap like Damping Sphere and whatnot. I don't know if it's worth cutting, like, all the maps, though. Hey, thank you, El Avocado, for the follow. Maybe we can get away with not needing Force of Vigor. Like, against DNT. I don't know. Could just cut the maps entirely, but I think they're okay here. Now let's keep 2 maps. Hopefully we don't need the Force of Vigors. I mean, you always have Rec Sage too. I might be down with this. Just have all the colorless mana we could ever want. Let's try it. Start dumping Cloudpost next turn. It's not bad. So hopefully we can pull something together here before we lose this needle, which might be next turn. Is this worth it this turn? Might actually be. So I could potentially play like Skyclave plus Wasteland. Tabernacle would stop that. I don't know if that's worth like playing, like setting my mana back a turn though. I think it is. Yeah, I was really hoping for maybe like a Green Sun Zenith as soon as possible. And we could play it like 2 turns from now. Yeah, I was just thinking that, Leviathan. I was like, man. Here, what do you know? It's the Maverick. Alright, Wastelands might be happening next turn. Yeah, this is awkward now. I'm still like 3 turns away from playing this. Just... Oh, we lost to Omnitel last round. Blue-white Omni. Horrible matchup. Yeah, I feel like we put up a fight, but it's usually like just not enough hate on our part. Right. Still so far away from this prime time. I kept a risky hand. Just colorless ramp. I feel like this Tabernacle is at least doing work, though. Oh, my kingdom for like a crop rotation. Wasteland number 3. Where's the challenge at? Okay. We might still be in as a, even if we lose the next round. Not sure though. And hopefully they don't play like a knight here. That's good. Got Excavator. Well, if they go to play that, I probably will, in response to the Excavator, search up a Bojuka Bog. I don't even need to do that just yet. I can just wait for them, for the Wasteland they do play out, and just crop rot that. And then just get a Bog off the prime time. It'll happen next turn. Yeah, I might as well make them at least go for the Wasteland then. But I guess if I do that, then they can wait to Wasteland me an upkeep. I probably shouldn't do that. So I should just get Bog here. Alright, let's think about this. I need Bog right here, right now. And can I keep Tabernacle around? I think so. Yeah, because I don't want them to do this on upkeep. So I just want to try and sweep the Wastelands right now. And I am going to keep Tabernacle around. So I'll have exactly 6 for prime time next turn. I just have to dodge like a Wasteland right off the draw here. No, I'll not be paying this. Swords. Alright, let's get Cloudpost, Eye. I don't know, I had a lot of that stuff in my hand the whole time. Scary creature. Could search up the Ballista. Have exactly enough mana to kill this. Might be worth it. I could also just fire off, excuse me, Once Upon a Time, hope to find something. Yeah, maybe I should just go bigger here. Let's try and close it out. I could take like a Cloudpost right here. That works too. Although if I play that, then I don't get to Search with Eye here. Might still be worth it though. Man. Yeah, I think I should put this, get this out on board again. And we're gonna lose our Eye then, but now we just don't have the mana next turn to like Ulamog if we want. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, let's just slam this, I guess. Yeah, the problem if I do that is just don't have enough mana to do anything really like reasonable next turn. I mean, I guess I could play the prime time next turn and just still search for something right now. Yeah, maybe that's better actually. I can still get the prime time down next turn. And I could copy my Bojuka Bog that way at least. Yeah, let's do that. Probably just searching up Ulamog here. Yeah, I'm gonna get double wastelanded. Shit. Yeah, that was dumb. Now I don't have the mana to guarantee like a prime time next turn. Like I'll have to draw into something. I'm trying to top 8 this next one. We'll see. Is Ulamog even better than Ballista right now? Probably. Oh yeah, because they played their land out here. I gotta... Yeah, this challenge is about to start soon, the next round. I'm like out of Cloudpost, by the way, too. Yeah, I want to copy Bog with the prime time and then just also get another Cloudpost. Hopefully that'll be good enough. This Questing Beast. Bring some for 3. Likely in a couple days, you should be able to find a primer for this deck on the Tony Murata Twitter page. Yeah, I've been working on it. Ooh. Could just Ulamog now. What if I just hit lands? Is that what I want to do? It might be worth doing, actually. Either that or hit the knights. Or just play the prime time. Yeah, just killing the threat seems like a good idea. I'll get wastelanded again, but I can still just play prime time next turn. Shit, next round. God. I got some time here. Probably gonna mostly focus on the challenge though. He was on Omnitel today. Yeah, we're in 10th place. Yeah, pretty sure I have to win this then. Uh-oh. Number 4. Numero 4. Stage, I guess. Martin Dominguez. We're on the draw for the challenge, round 7. Another swords. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I'll try and close this out. Might ignore it for a little bit, though. Postman. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Forest. Yeah, hopefully this turn 1 Reclaimer is good. Let's try and search up Ballista, I guess. We don't even need to do that. Sorry about the double queue, everyone. I was hoping to not get into this spot. I overestimated my ability to play this league match quickly. Summoner's Pact. Oh, is this oops all spells? Oh god. Well, at least this won't take very long. Will we live, though? That is the question. Probably not. Alright, it might be fine post-board. Might be. Let's take a look at the deck here. Anything spicy we should be aware of? I'm gonna snip this. Alright, let's sideboard at least for this. Definitely mind breaks, definitely surgicals. How many, like, Lotus Petals, LEDs? I feel like the Force of Vigor should still come in, too. Probably that, just for lack of, like, having much else to do. Usually Charbelcher's there post-board, if it's not already. So we'll keep Chasm in for that. Let's got the maps. Probably a Prime Time, an Excavator. Maze of Ith. I have seen Rotting Regisaur out of this deck, by the way. I still don't think it's worth keeping a Maze in, probably, but I think we can trim some of this fat, too. Like Kozilek. Two more cuts. Emrakul, I guess. I feel like we're probably not going to get to Rec Sage. Maybe, though. I mean, our Force of Vigors are probably just going to answer that anyway. I don't cut untapped mana sources here. I need it to be, like, able to activate Reclaimer turn 2. Is that how I want to do this? I think so. Alright, let's try and finish the Maverick matchup here. I think I cut the Rec Sage. I was considering just going up to 61 too, but I think I just want maximum efficiency. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Let's finish this. Damn it, turn off auto yields. Okay. Yeah, I submitted, don't worry. It's pretty scary. We'd have to find a forest. This is decent hate, though. As is this force. But you'd have to find a forest and then, like, a land next turn. I feel like we could probably do a little better, though, than this. I don't know, it'll depend on, like, how many packs of negations they have. Maybe just based on this trap, like that's just worthwhile. You guys being honest, you would keep this. I mean, this trap is pretty convincing. I mean, if not for this card, it's like, what am I really mulling down to? The thing is, like, if Reclaimer can live, and I have, like, live enough to the second turn to have an active Reclaimer, like, that's just gonna seal the game pretty much. It's just dependent on this Once Upon a Time, though. And if this Mindbreak Trap plus this Force is going to be good enough. If they know to expect Trap, then maybe this is fine. Maybe they'll play out like a couple like Petals or something. Alright. Yeah, I think this Trap makes it worth risking. Yeah, Bog is just would be terrible. I could also mill down to like a crop rotation too, though. And that essentially does the same thing. Now what if we like don't find a land at all off this? Like that would be like awful. Nah, I think we can mold it better, guys. This is not better. I think I just keep this now. Let's hope we find the Reclaimer. Put back Vesuva. Maybe even a Cloudpost too. I guess I can put back a Glimmerpost. Trying to think what the Vesuva might do for me later. Alright. Well, first, step one is just to find Reclaimer. That we did not do. Can't take the Bog here. It's not good. Not good. So hopefully the, that Mindbreak Trap's enough. Took this as a green card more than anything. It's all about whether this is going to happen. Aw, we lose. Yeah, I think the first one was just too risky, though. Even with this start from them, we still would have lost with that first hand. That was good. Maybe I should have multi 4 too. I mean, we're in 10th place after the last round, but I'll stick around, finish this league at least. Let's try and finish this this Maverick game at least. Yeah, I don't mind our chances against that deck. Just you just have to have like enough hate against him. Let's play this out. I gotta go quick on this too. I'll just concede this. Oh, it was a good run. Combo matchups got us, though. See how the tiebreakers work out, but as for now, I gotta try and win this quickly. Yeah, I'll look at the tiebreakers, or some of our past opponents after this. Hey, thank you, Applesore, for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's get Forest. Oh yeah, I can't play Needle here. Alright. Swords. Could get Tabernacle right here. That would take them off of whatchamacallit. Yeah, let's try it. So I feel like they're gonna Skyclave, so. Slowly stop them from doing that, plus Wasteland. Yeah, it's true, they can't swords, at least. Oh, God. Alright, let's get like a forest one time. I guess that still doesn't matter. Might have done that wrong. I'm gonna lose the clock here anyway, I think. what to do here. I think it's time to get rid of this this tabernacle. Maybe not. It's doing enough work against him. I think like it's done its job at this point. Cloudpost. Just got to remove this tabernacle. It's not going to be a time sink. Oh god. Skip turn. Jeez. Alright, let's catch our breath for a second. Alright, so we're 10th place there. I don't think we're going to make the top 8, but might as well stick it out at this point. Because let's see. Oh, Nathan, one of our previous opponents, won their last round, so that's good. My boy Rock Nation's in. Like to see that. Joshi Dominguez is in. And also Anurag. So that's 5 people. And I think there's going to be a couple more X1s, so maybe like one X2 will get in. Alright, let's finish this last league match at least. Hey, good games, Basic Swamps. Sorry I had to like dip out for a second to play my challenge, so I lost, of course. No, that was the non-important one right there. Oh, I did use what's up for Mario? Yeah, I did use F6. I just like I missed like one of them. I was like, oh, what the fuck? But yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it. So let's just play our last league match at least. Go for the 4-1. And we have good tiebreakers at least. I just feel like if we're at 10th place before going into this, then we're probably going to end up less than that. It was a good run. We'll see, though. I can't believe it's already like 2:30 here. Well, hope everybody's had a good Sunday. Hope you have a happy New Year. Let's see if our tiebreakers can get us into the top 8. Which I feel like it's doubtful, but let's play this last league match right here. This could potentially be a decent Reclaimer hand. Blue, black, red. I don't know what that entails. Maybe Pokepile. Maybe just Rug Delver. Who knows? Get all 5 choices. Let's take a stage, I guess. Should just play this and something. I'll say Oko. I don't know, Wasteland's just a generally good choice. The blind. Yeah, I'd say Wasteland. Even though our hand's not that susceptible to Wasteland. Yeah, I shall... Yeah, be on the lookout for the primer. Might write some more of that after this ends here today. I might try and jump on for a league or 2 tomorrow. And yeah, definitely next Sunday I'll be back for the challenge. Most likely. If you haven't followed me already, please do. Appreciate the support. And also, you can watch all these streams and some other content as well on my YouTube channel if you can't catch me live. So yeah, be sure to check all those things out. The written primer will end up on my Twitter, whatever you call it, my Twitter page. But yeah, that's all the announcements, I guess, for me. It was a fun stream. Got fed good matchups at the start, and then the combo decks came knocking. Does burn again? Kind of seems like it. Red Stompy, possibly. I don't know if we're gonna top 8 this one, Nella Cortez, but thank you though. It's all up to our tiebreakers now. Yeah, it's a stompy deck. Yeah, I have snuck in other times too. I didn't think I would make it. Blood Moon. Come on, Green Sun Zenith. Uh, 110. So I feel like that does not bode well for us. But, excuse me, I could be wrong though. Karn, Chandra, Blood Sun. I guess this doesn't make my Dark Depths be a thing now. Yeah, I guess just get a land drop here. Oh, maybe. I don't know, I feel like we have decent tiebreakers, so we'll see. I'm trying to get these Reclaimers to be 3/4s, probably first thing. I don't know. You helped me out, Nathan, through winning the last round, but do not know. Alright, just activate both these and have 3/4s then. Yeah, I never actually figured it out if there's... Pretty sure there's still just 7 rounds. I don't know if there's an 8th round or not. Yeah, I figured it was 7. Kill this guy at least. Alright, one more land. I can... I should swing with one of these, right? Or no, I'll stop both the other tokens then. And I'll stop searching out lands here. I don't want to draw into them. Thank you, Manumeth, for the follow. I just killed this right now with one of these. Like, how many more Reclaimers do I really need? Oops. Yeah, I'll just kill one of them. Hopefully I can get this prime times down, some number of them. Uh-oh, Karn. Chandra. Oh. Yes. It's forest, I guess. Definitely these. Probably just that. Maybe Tabernacle ends up being better in case I break out of like a Blood Moon. Yeah, maybe I'd rather have Tabernacle in place of like a Maze. I was thinking Bog's probably fine just to give me mana if I end up clearing like a Blood Moon. But they might end up having like a bunch of goblins out and I get Tabernacle out. Yeah, I would name Karn for sure with Needle. If I have a second one, then probably Chandra. This might be okay. I like the Ballista. It's too bad we don't have a Force of Vigor. Could go for our Dark Depths, but I think it's fine still. It's Forest. It's 2 Force of Vigors right there. Stop. Okay. It's not terrible. Prime time next turn if we don't get like Blood Moon or whatever. Yeah, I saw a lot of Rabble Masters the first game. Chalice, it's okay. Oh god. That's terrifying. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Am I gonna die? This isn't too bad. Let's get, I guess, a Glimmerpost here. Play that next turn. We're gonna play Prime Time first thing though. I'm probably gonna get Tabernacle off the Prime Time. Might gain some life also. Also just get Chasm to be safe, but definitely like Tabernacle here. I guess I can just block the guy. The goal is just to play a giant ballista probably as soon as possible. You should have gotten Glacial Chasm there. Might be kind of risky. That's it. No way. Okay. Tabernacle ties him up. Alright, just wait for this to finish. Yeah, maybe I'll be down to play like a blue-green post list tomorrow in like a league or so. See if I can get my tropicals back. Yeah, it doesn't seem impossible, but it does kind of seem like a long shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 1, 5, 2 will get in. Yeah, Termidor, Ramp. And these people are already ahead of me. Angers. But the pets got there. Whatever, there's nothing we could do at this point. Well, that last game, that second game against the Oops All spells, considering they had the that Pact of Negation, even if I kept that initial 7 card hand, that wasn't going to get there. So that makes me feel not so as bad about that, but I feel like that combo deck is definitely one of the combo matchups we can mull down to what we need. I should change this here. Hopefully we'll be in the top 8, but if not, this will probably... Yeah, it's going to be the end of the stream. Anybody know? And if... Oh yeah, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee is streaming, I believe, he said. So we'll raid him once this is done. I always forget how to like exactly spell everybody's name here. I think it's like one Mr. Lee. I can look it up real quick. Yeah, 7 rounds, so we're just waiting for to see if we snuck into the top 8. Are people enjoying Vintage Cube? Been thinking of playing some of that. Not on stream, but I like watching a lot of other people stream that. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I might try some of them. I feel like I've wanted to play it the last couple times, but I always got in like just too late, and then they took it away. I feel like I've watched enough like pros play it that I can at least like attempt to emulate them. Yeah. Yeah, no. Need to buy into a vintage deck online. Look into like shops, people were saying earlier. I agree, it's all about legacy and vintage. But I guess if I was gonna play like some limited, like Vintage Cube's pretty cool. It seems fun to like attempt to build like a Vintage Cube in real life too. I've got like proxies for like the power at least. Yeah, it's so limited too, so I feel like it feels like special when it's around. Yeah, some of my friends have their own like cubes. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna like that way more than like Supreme Vintage Draft, the one that was like before. It kind of reminds me, Captain Haddock, of like just Vintage in general. Just the power level of cards. Maybe I'm like misinterpreting Vintage, but I feel like it's part of the charm of the format. Just the overwhelming power of some of the cards. Like, just be in awe of like a Black Lotus giving you like 7 mana turn 1 or something like that. Never intended to be like fair. But yeah, like multiple like Black Lotuses, and it's a little too much. Yeah, I'm kind of excited to check out Vintage. Friends keep telling me to like look into it. Everybody says it's like a good format right now. Yeah, I'll look into probably workshops of some sort. I mean, I like some of the blue-black decks that get to use like the entire restricted list. But it might be a little... It's not in my wheelhouse as much as like shops would be. Yeah, I just accept that like Vintage is gonna have a ton of variants. But I'm able to like just accept that in general in Magic. I think that's part of the charm of definitely a Vintage. But I mean, it works both ways. Like sometimes you get like insane starts or crazy plays. Sometimes it happens to you. Exactly, Bara. Yeah, I've played workshops before, and like you do like local Vintage leagues in Arizona, where you just like make proxy decks. I was mostly playing like shops back then, like with Ravager aggro. It's kind of nice to switch up like the type of deck that I'd be playing. So I don't normally play aggro decks at all, but it's a nice change of pace. Yeah, this is really going to the last minute, the last round of Swiss. We have to end up higher than 3 other 5/2s ahead of us. Yeah, I feel like I'll probably stream like a league or two tomorrow, so maybe I wants to just chill. Come watch this deck in a less competitive environment. Appreciate it. If you can't watch it live, you can always check the YouTube channel. I'll be posting this stream here on there after this ends. Oh, thanks, Waterfall. Sorry I didn't get to my top 8 to deserve it entirely, but maybe we will. We'll see. Appreciate all the support, though. I know there's a lot of complaints about the Legacy format right now. I definitely see that. But this deck is just, like, in such a good spot right now. Like, I'm at least having fun with it. So hopefully you can get some enjoyment watching the stream, too. Let's beat up, like, Oko and Uro in the Snoko decks. Not many people can say they can overpower Uro and Oko, but we can. Yeah, I feel like they could definitely have banned some cards. I don't know if they will, though. What? Somebody having fun? Everybody has to just complain. Like, all the cards that could be banned, like, a lot of them just aren't fun, but I don't know if they're, like, power level-wise, like, need to be banned. Like, nothing seems, like, completely degenerate the way, like... I don't know, I hate the example, but, like, Sensei's Defining Top. Like, I don't know, maybe that's a bad example. Treasure Cruise. Like, those kind of cards are just, like, a different, like, class of, like, power level. Or annoyingness, if you will. Oh yeah, I missed top, for sure. But it had to go. I kind of liked the Treasure Cruise metagame. And then Blue-Red Delver was, like, the best deck. Personally, thought it was, like, not too bad. But yeah, the card was, like, just unfair. Alright. 13th place. Well, listen everyone, it's been fun. I'm going to turn you over to Mr. Lee. I appreciate everybody sticking around and all the support you guys have been giving me. I will be back probably tomorrow. If not, I'm going to be working on finishing that written primer for this deck. So yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your Sunday. And also a Happy New Year. Now, here's Mr. Lee. So, yeah, thanks everyone. Have a good rest of your day.